specially marked by cunning, despising their own inheritance in the hope of winning a greater, eager after both gain and dominion, given to imitation of all kinds, holding a certain mean between lavishness and greediness, that is, perhaps uniting, as they certainly did, these two seemingly opposite qualities, skillful in flattery, given to the study of eloquence, altogether unbridled unless held firmly down by the yoke of justice, enduring of toil, hunger, and cold whenever fortune laid it on them, given to hunting and hawking, delighting in the pleasure of horses and of all the weapons and garb of war. This is the story of the Normans, from their early Viking origins and settlement in northwestern France, to their expansion into Italy, their invasion of England, and their memorable participation in the Crusades. We're going to follow the exploits of Rollo the Walker, Robert Guiscard, William the Conqueror, and Richard the Lionheart, and we'll be joined by dozens of other personalities separated by thousands of miles across hundreds of years of Norman history. Ultimately, we'll come to some understanding of why and how the Normans were such prolific conquerors, perhaps the most underrated in all the Middle Ages. So with that said, let's jump right in. In the year 911, about halfway through the Viking Age, two armies meet in northern France along the river Epte. One answers to Charles the Simple, king of West Francia and descendant and namesake of Charlemagne, and the other answers to a Viking. Yet this wasn't just any Viking, this was the one they called Rollo the Walker, so nicknamed because he was, apparently, too big to ride a horse. Before coming to West Francia, he had fought in England as part of the Great Heathen Army, and it was there that he learned his destiny. It came to him in a dream, and in this dream he seemed to behold himself placed on a mountain, far higher than the highest in a Frankish dwelling. And on the summit of this mountain he saw a spring of sweet-smelling water flowing, and himself washing in it, and by it made whole from the contagion of leprosy and the itch with which he was infected. And finally, while he was staying on top of that mountain, he saw about the base of it many thousands of birds of different kinds and various colors, but with red left wings extending in such numbers and so far and so wide that he could not catch sight of where they ended, however hard he looked. And they went, one after the other, in harmonious incoming flights, and sought the spring on the mountain, and washed themselves, swimming together as they do when rain is coming. And when they had all been anointed by this miraculous dipping, they all ate together in a suitable place, without being separated into genera or species, and without any disagreement or dispute, as if they were friends sharing food. And they carried off twigs and worked rapidly to build nests, and they willingly yielded to his command. Upon waking, Rollo searched for answers. But it was not a pagan soothsayer who provided them. It was a Christian priest. The mountain in Francia where you seem to be standing represents the church of that land, the Christian told him. The spring which was on the summit of the mountain means the rebirth of your baptism. By the leprosy and itch with which you were infected, you may understand the crimes and sins which you have committed, which were washed away therein. By the different kinds of birds with their crimson left wings, you may understand men of different provinces, with shields on their arms, who have done fealty to you, and whom you will see joined together in a countless multitude. By the birds bathed in the spring, and washed therein by turns and feeding in common, the people, infected by the taint of the old deceiver, to be washed away by the sign of baptism. By the nests which they were making round the mountains, you may understand the walls of the devastated cities which are to be rebuilt, The birds of different sorts will obey you. Men of different kingdoms will kneel down to serve you." Of course, none of that stopped Rollo from devastating cities in the first place, particularly in West Francia. But as the 9th century gave way to the 10th, the tide slowly began to turn, and both sides were about ready to come to an agreement. Hence their meeting at St. Clair-sur-Epte. There, Rollo agreed to be baptized into the Christian faith and to pledge his loyalty to King Charles the Simple. In return, he would receive the hand of the king's daughter in marriage, as well as a sizable strip of coastal territory. This, however, was still not enough for Rollo, even in the wake of recent setbacks. He demanded the entire swathe of territory from the River Epte to the English Channel. It was a bold move to say the least, but then again, Rollo knew what a thorn he had been at Charles' side. At this point, the king's right-hand man, Robert of Neustria, stepped in. Though he had defeated the Vikings before, Robert's advice to his king was to take the deal and turn this fearsome foe into a valuable, if unreliable, ally. More bargaining ensued, but in the end, Rollo got his way. All that remained was to seal the deal in ceremony. As part of the formal act of commendation, an act unheard of amongst the Vikings, Rollo placed his hands within those of Charles and thereby commended himself to his king. But that was as far as Rollo was willing to go. His pride would not permit him to stoop down to kiss the king's foot, the final term of their treaty. As a compromise, Rollo sent one of his underlings to do it for him, but even this underling had his limits. After slowly approaching Charles, the unnamed Viking decided to grab the royal foot and bring it closer to his face, thereby sending one of the most powerful monarchs of Europe tumbling to the ground. These were the legendary beginnings of the Duchy of Normandy, formed about 85 years after the alleged meeting at St. Clair. Though the meeting, the dream, even Rollo's towering height all seem to have been later inventions, they set the tone for the real story that you'll hear today. Not only will this story introduce us to larger-than-life figures of flesh and blood, it will also baffle us with the defining contradistinctions of the age. There will be civilized barbarians and Christian heathens, poachers turned gamekeepers, and Norsemen turned French. We'll recount what really is known about Rollo the Walker and learn about his even more vividly rendered descendants. We'll learn about figures like William Longsword, Richard the Fearless, Robert the Magnificent, and Emma of Normandy. Finally, we'll set the stage for the most famous of them all, William the Conqueror, who swept across the shores of England on the tide of a revolution in medieval life and society. As we will see, this revolution, which yielded so much of what we associate with the Middle Ages today, began in the period we're about to explore. So without further ado, I present to you the history of the early Normans. The story recounted earlier sprouts from the fertile imagination of a canon at the Cathedral of Saint-Quentin. The canon's name was Dudo, a medievalized version of the earlier Gothic Thudo. Though he came from Picardy, Dudo was recruited by Rollo's grandson, Richard the Fearless, to write a history at once about a people and about a family. The Historia Normannorum, or History of the Normans, was completed between the years 996 and 1015, combining prose and poetry as it did legend and fact. In this pointedly political account, today we'd call it propaganda, Dudo referred to Richard as dux, then a term for a military strongman, It was an important antecedent for the ducal title that Richard's descendants formally claimed. Dudo worked hard to make the Normans look good in their foundational epic. After all, this would have been to them what the Aeneid was to the Romans, and it is safe to say that Dudo drew direct inspiration from the ancient poet Virgil. However, because of the aim with which he set out, coupled with the fact that he was writing almost a century after the events in question, we cannot put much stock in what Dudo tells us about Richard's ancestors, Rollo in particular. Over the centuries, where other writers have chimed in, they have also invented. In the 13th century, the Icelandic historian par excellence, Snorri Sturluson, associated Rollo with Gongu Hrolfr, or Hrolfr the Walker, a man so big that no horse could carry him. Whereas Icelandic sources claim Rollo or Hrolfr came from Norway, which is where many Icelanders had come from, others say he came from Denmark. Our friend Dudo did something particularly interesting here by claiming Rollo was from Dacia, but lest any of you ancient history aficionados get too excited, Dudo was using a portmanteau of the regions of Dania and Suecia. The picture is further complicated by an unfortunate habit among English chroniclers to paint the Scandinavians with a broad brush, in other words, to call them all Danes. This was somewhat understandable though, given that most of the Vikings that came to England were indeed from Denmark. That said, William of Malmesbury, the foremost English historian of the 12th century, claimed that Rollo was born of noble lineage among the Norwegians. His claim brings us to another question. How blue-blooded was this Rollo, assuming he was blue-blooded at all? It has been suggested that Rollo's family was important enough to beef with the King of Denmark, but here again, we have to throw up our hands. What we can say with greater certainty is that Rollo was a card-carrying, maybe I should say rune-carrying member of the Great Heathen Army, that great composite Viking host that in 865 set out from Scandinavia and conquered East Anglia, Northumbria, Mercia, and Wessex. Since later on, much of the Norman elite had Scandinavian ancestry and would continue to harbor a certain degree of pride in their Norse origins, it might be worth pausing for a moment to discuss how the Vikings got here. These Scandinavian pirates began spilling out of Sweden, Norway, and Denmark in the late 8th century, plying the sea lanes and waterways of Europe as they filled their hairy breeches pockets. Originally, they weren't trying to settle in England or France, but simply accumulating wealth and fame to advance domestic agendas. The traditional start date for the Viking Age is 793. In this year fierce, it is said, foreboding omens came over the land of the Northumbrians, and the wretched people shook. There were excessive whirlwinds, lightning, and fiery dragons were seen flying in the sky. These signs were followed by great famine, and a little after those, that same year, on 6th Ides of January, the ravaging of wretched heathen men destroyed God's church at Lindisfarne. Recent studies have shown that similar raids had taken place earlier, both in the west and in the east. Regardless of when and where it all began, by the 9th century the Vikings became impossible to ignore. It would be fair to say that the brunt of the blow was weathered by England, where Vikings began to settle after 865 and gradually establish the Danelaw. That being said, West Francia, later to be known as France, certainly received its fair share of traders, raiders, and settlers, as we'll see very soon. Much ink has been spilt, many keystrokes struck, in an effort to explain why the Vikings pounced on Europe, with theories ranging from political turmoil and infighting to overpopulation and even a skewed sex ratio from female infanticide. There's also the tantalizing, though increasingly discounted theory that the Viking onslaught was a direct response to Charlemagne's conquest of Saxony, which, not unlike Caesar's conquest of Gaul, was as effective as it was brutal. Though the Saxon wars did place the Danes in particular on the back foot, the more logical response to Frankish incursions would have been augmenting the Danework, the series of fortifications on the Danish border. As for what motivated the raids and conquests of the Viking Age, the more likely cause is not the growth, but the decay of the Carolingian Empire, which the Vikings were primary beneficiaries of. However, what made it all possible in the first place was the series of advances in shipbuilding and navigation, from the shallow drafted longship to the seafaring canard. The canard was a cargo ship used for sailing across the Atlantic. It explains how the Vikings managed to settle Iceland, Greenland, and even Newfoundland. Compared to the longship, the canard was wider and deeper, about 50 feet long with a cargo capacity of 30 tons. At full sail, it could reach a top speed of 10 knots, surpassing the caravels and carracks of Columbus's day, which peaked at 8 knots. Because these ships were outfitted with sails and oars, they could keep chugging on even in the absence of wind. Furthermore, their light design meant they could be heaved across land if absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the longship, with its iconic dragon prow, was primarily oar-powered, and its double-ended design allowed the ship to reverse with ease. With a more shallow draft than the canard, there was almost nowhere the longship could not reach, allowing Vikings to hop from river to river and travel at a lightning pace. Whatever combination of reasons lay behind the Viking Age, it proved the perfect storm of motivation, innovation, and daring. And though in most ways the art and science of shipbuilding would be lost to the land-lubbing Normans, soon this people would be at the eye of another storm and another technological revolution. Picking up where we left off, Dudo reports that while Rollo was in England, he had that dream foreshadowing his baptism. He also mentions that Rollo became friends with the new Danish king of East Anglia, Guthrum, who himself was baptized in 878. By then, Rollo is no longer in England, but probably in West Francia, establishing a base of operations in Rouen. Strategically located along the River Seine, this vital city of Gallo-Roman extraction boasted the remnants of an amphitheater and bath complex. Once upon a time, it had been a fixture of the Roman administrative district Gallia Lugdunensis, second only to Lyon or Lugdunum in importance. By Rollo's time, Rouen would have been important for a different reason. Less than 100 miles downstream of Paris, controlling it would have allowed the Vikings to menace the seat of royal power, terrorizing the Seine River Valley. At the same time, they had already been doing that since the mid-9th century. In 845, they sacked Paris under the Viking Regeneris, the Latinized version of the name Ragnar, possibly Ragnar Lodbrok. The Vikings then mounted 3 more attacks throughout the 860s, and in 885, they gave it another shot. Rollo was present for the last of these occasions, and though the Vikings were beaten back, they were allowed to continue to Burgundy, then in open revolt against Emperor Charles the Fat. Knowing that Charles unleashed Vikings against his own vassals, it begins to make more sense that he was the last of the Carolingian emperors. After Charles, the empire splintered, and in West Francia, the nobles elected Otto to be their king. Though he was not a Carolingian, he had played a leading role in the defense of Paris, thereby burnishing his royal credentials. Otto was, in turn, succeeded by Charles the Simple, at which point trouble with the Vikings began anew. Once more, a Carolingian sat on the throne, even if he was a simple one. As regards that nickname, the Simple, one can split hairs and say that at the time it would have suggested he was straightforward rather than stupid, but such an exercise seems pretty pointless, considering that at least one chronicler flat out called him stupid. Sources from around this time continually refer to how much trouble the Vikings were causing right under his nose, particularly in the region later to be known as Normandy. In 906, attacking pagans forced the monks of St. Marcouf to evacuate. They went to Corbeny and took the remains of their patron saint with them. In 911, just a few weeks before the supposed meeting between Charles and Rollo, Chartres was besieged by the latter's merry band of raiders. Already in 858, some of their piratical predecessors had reduced the city, along with its 100-year-old cathedral, to rubble. Now Rollo was going to do it all over again, evidently forgetting all about that apocryphal dream he had in England. Legend states that during the siege of Chartres, a bishop armed with the Virgin Mary's tunic blinded the Vikings who tried shooting arrows at the divine congregation. Shortly thereafter, a Frankish relief force arrived, answering the garrison's prayers and putting Rollo's band to flight. It was then that Charles received a delegation calling for peace. But this delegation did not come from Rollo, it came from his own people. Per Dudo, the Franks asked their king, "Why do you not aid the realm which you ought to rule and profit with your authority? Why is a peace which we are unable to acquire either by war or by any obstacle of diligent defense not being obtained through conciliation? Royal officials, dignity, and power are being put down, the haughtiness of the pagans raised up. The land in the Frankish region is almost a desert, for its populace is either dying by famine or sword, or perhaps taken captive. Protect the realm, if not by arms, then by conciliation." In 911, the same year he was defeated at Chartres, Rollo meets Charles and signs the Treaty of St. Clair. But since Dudo is the only source we have to go on, we can't even be certain that any meeting took place. Curiously, it is mentioned that Charles would have preferred to settle Rollo in Flanders or Brittany, but because his Viking adversary proved such a tough negotiator, it seems Charles budged and gave him the first slice of Normandy. When it came to the bride that Rollo was promised, Gisela, the king's daughter, it is unknown whether she was legitimate or illegitimate, or whether she existed at all. If she did exist, she was at most 5 years old by the time of the treaty, meaning that she and Rollo would have been betrothed for a while. All that said, we do know that some kind of pact was made because of a charter issued in March of 918. Ironically, the charter pertained to a desolated abbey that had been ravaged by the Vikings, who would now have its lands reappropriated to a Parisian monastery. In the same breath that it mentions how much the abbey had suffered from the ferocity of the pagans, it notes that the land grant did not include that part of the abbey's holdings granted to the Northmen of the Seine, namely Rollo and his followers. This leads us to several questions. How is it that Rollo landed a deal this good? And how could Charles agree after all the Northmen had done? Did that chronicler have a point calling Charles stupid? Well, the first thing to mention is that Rollo wasn't the only Viking to hit the jackpot. Besides the Seine, the Loire was another hotbed of Viking activity, with various groups establishing themselves in the region, but having nothing close to the longevity or success of the Normans. There were also the Vikings who settled in Frisia in the mid to late 9th century, that is, before the reign of Charles the Simple. These included Rorik of Dorestad, who reached an accommodation with Louis the German, and Godfred, who did the same with Charles the Fat. In the vast majority of cases, Vikings failed to establish a lasting presence in the regions that they settled. Many of them ended up returning to Scandinavia, enriched, emboldened, and better positioned to oust domestic rivals. It is possible that Charles thought Rollo would fail for one reason or another, and that he saw any arrangement between them as merely temporary. But after decades of overtaxation, the West Frankian money tap dried up. It became less and less feasible to fill the Vikings' pockets in the hope that they would spare West Francia and go home. Instead, land became the new currency with which to bribe Viking leaders, opening the door to a whole new strategy. By settling Northmen along the coast, Charles would turn poachers into gamekeepers, giving them a vested interest in repelling future Viking raids. Not only that, with Rollo being as ambitious as he was, he soon began extending his authority over other Viking settlers, and because he acknowledged Charles' suzerainty, this did not come at the king's expense. Over time, Rollo would also butt heads with his Frankish neighbors, especially with Robert of Neustria's son-in-law, Raoul of Burgundy. But in this case, Rollo would actually be acting in the crown's interest, as Robert and Raoul vied, and eventually succeeded, in overthrowing Charles the Simple. What is most remarkable about the Normans is the speed with which they acclimated to their tumultuous surroundings. According to historian Elizabeth van Houts, the immigrants assimilated so rapidly with the Frankish people that within 3 generations they ceased to use their own language and lost most of their customs. What they retained were personal names, some legal practices, stories which reminded them of their homeland in Norway and Denmark, and above all, their collective name. That very name, Norman, sprung of course from the term Northman. Yet as mentioned previously, they were hardly the only Northmen to have settled in West Francia. They were simply the most successful. It is also important to mention that most of the people living in what would become Normandy were Franks. It was the elite who came from Denmark, Norway, and the Danelaw. 3 generations is not an insignificant amount of time, and though this new Norman elite were baptized and Christian, their ideas and customs did not change overnight. However, next to baptism, there was another fast track to integration in the form of marriage. Most of the Scandinavians that came to Normandy were men, many of whom were probably on the lookout for a wife. According to Dudo, Rollo himself carried off a Frankish girl, Papa, who he married more Danico, i.e. in the Danish custom. This can best be compared to a common law marriage, blurring the line between wife and concubine. Since Dudo was writing a panegyric, he claimed that Papa was the daughter of a Neustrian lord, but whether or not that part is true, it is likely that she came from Francia, given her son with Rollo had the name William. This obviously was not a Norse name, and William grew up practicing Christianity and speaking French. No doubt his mother played an outsized role in William's linguistic and behavioral development, as would be the case with many second-generation Norman immigrants. Like their father, William and his siblings also married into Francia, in their case, to the families of Vermandois, Poitou, and Aquitaine, the cream of the French crop. This meant that while the first Norman aristocrats were rough and tumble crypto-heathens, the second and third generation were well on their way to becoming French. In parallel to this evolution was that of West Francia into France, its common ancestor with East Francia or Germany, an increasingly fossilized relic of the past. But lest you begin to picture Normandy as some enlightened utopia or idyllic paradise, some hybrid cross of Valhalla and Eden, think again. The Normans' neighbors wanted them out, leading to no shortage of armed conflict. Quoting once more from Elizabeth van Houts, Rollo's dynasty survived at Rouen against all odds due to a combination of ruthless military action by the Vikings and disastrous infighting among the Frankish aristocracy. Where the clamor of swords proved ineffective, the wagging of tongues would have to do. One chronicler later claimed that on his deathbed, Rollo made various donations to churches while also having scores of prisoners sacrificed to the Norse pantheon. This would suggest that Rollo was hedging his bets to get into heaven. But as hilarious as that would be, the whole story is probably made up. At the same time, the rumor stuck that Rollo recanted his Christianity, or, which is the more likely, never took it all that seriously. Even a source close to Rollo's son referred to him as William's heathen father. But whatever the contents of Rollo's heart, his successor William seems to have been a more genuine Christian, even if in some ways he was decidedly old world. Despite William's marriage to Luitgard of Vermandois, as far as we know, the only child he fathered was with Sprota, a Breton concubine. There was also his nickname, William Longsword. According to British historian David Crouch, Longsword was a warrior's name and could very well have been a Viking cognomen, since William must have been involved in the brutal campaigning of 924 to 25 around Beauvais, Ponthieu, and Amiens. There had been plenty of opportunities for him to earn it bloodily. It was in 927 that William's tumultuous reign began. Within 6 years, a group of Normans rose up against William, motivated, in one chronicler's turn of phrase, by the furies of treason and the poison of discord. The central issue here seems to have been that the Count was becoming too Gallicized, aka too French. It was as if he was too French for the Normans and too Norman for the French. Not to be deterred, however, the Count of Rouen and 300 mounted warriors clad in hauberk mail ambushed the traitors at their camp. Cutting the majority of them down, the rest were swiftly scattered. It was among the first cavalry charges for which the Normans became so famous, or infamous. Back at home, more good news awaited. William's Breton concubine Sprota had bore him a son named Richard, the only child he would ever have. The rest of his career was spent contending with the king's rivals as well as with the Bretons and Flemish. Interestingly, William was also the first French nobleman to mint coins in his own name, making no reference to the king. It was a practice his son Richard would continue, and over time, these coins made their way all across Europe, even to faraway Poland and Russia. The climax of William's reign came one wet and gloomy day in December of 942, when the Count made his way to an island on the River Somme. By this point, he was almost 50, and he probably looked and felt like it. He had come here to treat with his rival, Arnulf of Flanders. The two had started beefing because of William's son-in-law, Erluan II, the Count of Montreuil. The Norman chronicler William of Jumièges described Arnulf as a man of cunning, allured by covetousness so that he could not contain himself within the limits of his rights. Despite Arnulf's infamy, William could hardly have expected what would happen next. The same chronicler tells us that Arnulf, imitating the manner of the traitor Judas, spun out a spider's web of digressions and trifles. Finally, after they had sworn oaths of friendship and exchanged many kisses of peace, they took leave of each other as the sun was about to set. The chronicler then recounts how Arnulf's co-conspirators tricked William into sailing back to the island alone and killing him as soon as he made it ashore. The Normans across the river could only watch in horror. The one thing they could take solace in was that between Arnulf and William, it was the latter, the Norman, who had behaved and died like a Christian. This turn of events nearly doomed the entire Norman project, a fate that had befallen and would still befall countless other Viking settlements. The problem was that William's son and heir Richard was only 10 years old at the time of his accession in 942. His legitimacy was also undermined by the fact that his mother was a Breton concubine, though the Normans were willing to overlook that. By this point, a Carolingian was back on the throne after a short period of rule under Robert of Neustria and rule of Burgundy. That Carolingian's name was Louis IV, his nickname d'Outre-mer, meaning from overseas. As the eldest son of Charles the Simple, Louis had been stowed away to Wessex after his father's deposition. But by 936, his path to the throne was cleared by the kingmaker Hugh the Great, who will come up again very soon. Before William's body had even gone cold, King Louis arrived in Rouen, lusting after the Count's land. The story's chronicler tells us that the king took note of the fertility of the soil, the salubrious streams, and the ample forests, and being a captive of his own cupidity, deceitfully began to promise them what in another part of his mind he already planned to take away from them. After little Richard was presented to Louis, he placed the boy under lock and key and prepared to kidnap him to the royal seat at Laon. It was then that a Norman mob assembled, calling for their count's release. Though little Richard had been raised in Bayeux, he was now the beloved boy of Rouen. Thus, the people were ready to save him by whatever means necessary. The king narrowly evaded being lynched thanks to the involvement of Richard's guardian, Bernard the Dane, who advised the king to hoist the boy up in his arms and show the mob that he was safe. After Louis did so and pledged to respect Richard's lands and titles, the mob dispersed and allowed the king to depart with the count after all. But after the two arrived in Laon, Louis began to scheme again. This time with Arnulf of Flanders, the same one who had assassinated William Longsword. In this story, he plays the role of Grima Wormtongue. Whispering into the king's ear, Arnulf tried to get him to brand Richard, lock him up for good, and tax the Normans into oblivion until they returned to their homeland. Per William of Jumièges, the king, blinded by gifts and the ingenious snares of this traitor, pardoned the crime of Arnulf, who deserved to be hanged, and turned his hatred on the innocent boy, thus following the example of Pilate, who had freed a homicide but ordered Christ to be punished on the cross. The chronicler goes on to allege that Richard was verbally berated in ways I dare not recount here.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
But fortunately for the golden child of Rouen, his heroic steward came to the rescue. Launching a daring raid into the heart of royal power, Bernard de Senlis sprung Richard from captivity and approached the kingmaker, Duke Hugh the Great. For some context, Hugh is the son of Robert of Neustria, who allegedly spoke up on Rollo's behalf at St. Clair. Now his son Hugh, whose power almost eclipsed that of the king as indicated by his nickname the Great, swore a solemn oath to protect Rollo's grandson. So the scheming villains in this story hatched a new plan. At the suggestion of Arnulf of Flanders, the king offered Hugh all of Richard's lands except for Rouen, which the king would keep for himself. This proved enough for Hugh, who now threw his lot in with the king. Surrounded on all sides, the Normans' days seemed numbered, which is why they tried a new strategy: honey instead of gall. Wining and dining the king, Bernard the Dane somehow convinced him to reverse course. Perhaps he reminded Louis of how he had saved his life, or perhaps he suggested that by colluding with Hugh, he would empower a potential rival. Hugh returned to his lands in a rage, and Louis IV, possibly one of the most persuadable of French monarchs, now had beef with the Duke. Not trusting to the constancy of the king, Bernard the Dane then called upon his friends from back home. With the arrival of fresh Danish reinforcements, the Normans met with the king and his allies to belatedly discuss the circumstances of William Longsword's assassination. Finally, it seemed that Arnulf's days were numbered. Except, by happenstance, one of the Danes recognized a familiar face. It belonged to William's son-in-law, the opportunistic Count of Montreuil, Erloan II, who was now on the king's side. Still more Northman than Norman, and not too keen on due process, the man who recognized Erloan charged him with his lance and killed him on the spot. It was revenge for what might have been easily forgotten, but that was not this people's way. It had been Erloan who had dragged his father-in-law into this mess in the first place, and now he had paid the price in blood. Then, a battle broke out, but the king's forces stood little chance against the Norman Danish avengers, who in their rage captured the king and hauled him to Rouen. Oh, how the tables had turned. In a panic, Louis's wife Gerberga appealed to his sometimes ally, sometimes rival Hugh the Great. The Duke jumped at the chance to get the king to owe him one. He managed to secure his release by brokering a peace deal, whereby the king was traded for one of his sons, a prince who would remain a hostage at the Norman court. Once again, the deal was struck at the River Epte. Against all odds, the boy Count Richard had remained in power thanks to his bold and loyal advisors, as well as a little help from back home. He had been accepted as Rohan's count, despite the fact that his mother was a concubine. He also emerged stronger from this storm than he otherwise might have. Apparently impressed with the boy, Duke Hugh offered his daughter's hand Emma in a betrothal. Though ultimately their union would be fruitless, with Emma dying before she bore Richard any children, it still proved important to the Norman cause. That is because it brought these two dynasties closer together. Later, Richard became the guardian of Emma's brother, who was none other than Hugh Capet. Hugh would be the first in the long line of Capetian monarchs, whose various branches would rule France for the next 9 centuries. But for all the Normans' new friends in high places, they were losing touch with their old friends from back home. Though the Danes that Bernard had called upon had just proved very helpful, other Norse arrivals weren't nearly as keen on respecting the authority of Rouen. That is why, starting in the 960s, Richard pivoted away from Francia and focused on Normandy, the creation of which was largely the result of his efforts. In time, he was able to extend his authority over the Seine River Valley, the Pays de Caux, and even the Cotentin Peninsula. He achieved this by emphasizing his Scandinavian roots, respecting Viking traditions, and taking a wife of Danish ancestry. Richard is supposed to have met this wife, his second, after traveling through a forest and falling in love with her sister. After telling him she was married to the local forester, Richard shacked up with her sister Gunor instead. In reality, Gunor seems to have come from a Danish family that established itself in western Normandy. But even if the marriage was politically motivated, it produced at least 7 children, among them the legendary Richard the Good and Emma of Normandy. It had taken time for the Franks to get used to the new form of medieval leadership, one with rulers and subjects rather than leaders and followers. The Normans were now going through this same evolution. This explains why the Scandinavian arrivals throughout the 960s didn't submit to Richard's authority right away. Many of them were more interested in raiding rather than settling down. But what Richard was able to do was divide and conquer, dealing with these Viking groups individually and slowly winning them over. What this looked like in practice was a whole bunch of speeches, meetings, and general wheeling and dealing, the curiously democratic skills that a Viking leader had to excel in. And Richard did excel, so much so that one scholar called him the Bayou rhetorician. According to a different scholar, Eleanor Searle, the chieftains of the various ships made individual decisions, and no one's decision bound the men of his ship any more than it bound other chieftains. Such leadership was freely chosen, for a term only, and bound the crews to only a limited number of decisions that might be faced. Though some of these Vikings went their own way or simply returned to Scandinavia, enough of them joined Richard to help him level up. If he wasn't yet a duke, he was at least one step above a count, increasingly referred to in our sources as Marquis from the 960s onwards. Though Richard's strategy helped him climb the blood-greased ladder of 10th century French politics, it did not make him popular among the Franks. Not that they could do much about it. Where necessary, Richard had no problem relying on Viking mercenaries who still worshipped the old gods and raided cities in their spare time. As a boy, he had almost lost everything in the power struggles of northwestern France. He would never allow himself to be put in that position again. Even the Frankish historian Richer of Saint-Remi acknowledged Richard as Dux, yet Richer's full title of address for him was Dux Piratae, Duke of the Pirates. Nor was Richard's infamy limited to the Kingdom of France. Because he harbored Vikings who sometimes raided England, Richard appeared on the radar of Ethelred the Unready. Eventually, the Pope himself got involved, slapping Richard on the wrist but stopping short of excommunication. Richard was careful not to undo all the progress of his predecessors. Wedged between the Norse and the French, he managed a pretty skillful balancing act. It was Richard who courted our old friend Dudo, finally getting him to start the Historia Normannorum in the last year of his reign. This history would set the Normans apart from their Norse ancestors, establishing them as a unique people or gens who happened to practice Christianity and speak French. As a modern scholar has noted, this made Dudo a useful intermediary between the Normans and the still somewhat alien culture they were trying to emulate. Ultimately, Richard becomes known to the French as Richer Sans Pure, to the Norse as Jarl Rickard, and to most of us today as Richard the Fearless. It was a nickname he may have gotten by prowling the streets of Rouen in the dead of night, allegedly playing the role of a medieval ghostbuster. But it's safe to say that Richard would have also qualified for the nickname based on his affairs with the living. From nearly losing it all as a boy to reinventing himself as Duke of the Pirates, Richard ruled for 54 years in total. More than anybody else, it is he who set the foundations for the Duchy of Normandy. Not only that, Richard himself would go down in legend. According to David Crouch, he was saddled with still more nicknames, some of them quite Odin-esque. These included Richard the Bearded, Richard the Old, and Richard the Red, the last of which allotted to him the color of hair which medieval writers gave to their supernatural, weird, or treacherous characters. Heroes were blondes, yet several members of Rollo's dynasty had reddish hair. I guess being gingers didn't help their case. Richard's legend even continues to this day. Though he died at a ripe old age in 996, his tomb was opened up in 2016, and researchers concluded that the interred remains couldn't possibly be Richard's. Since then, it's been speculated that his body was simply moved, but by whom or by what, no one can say for certain. After Richard I died, he was succeeded by his son Richard II, who would make history with his own stroke of diplomatic genius. Before that, though, the second Richard had to secure his rule in Normandy. Passed the baton at the age of 16, for the first 5 years of his reign, he was steered by his uncle, Rodolphe de Brie. During this period, Normandy had its first peasant revolt, sparked by disputes over hunting and fishing rights, and a general feeling that the people were being overtaxed and overworked. Without using the F word, i.e. feudalism, just yet, yes, it was coming, but we'll save that discussion for the next chapter. For now, all you need to know about this revolt is that it ended the same way about 99.99% of them do, in crushing defeat. The mobs were dispersed and the leaders made an example of, their hands and feet summarily cut off. This would not prevent the young Richard, who had delegated the revolt to his uncle, from being called Le Bon, the Good, for his many monastic grants. Yet this nickname was ironic in another sense, since Richard continued his father's policy of cozying up to Vikings. The chronicler Adémar de Chabannes, the one who invented the Rollo deathbed decapitation story, recounts how when the Vikings captured the Countess of Limoges, only Richard's say-so secured her release. The fact that Richard had this clout speaks for itself. Here was another Duke of the Pirates. As a brief aside, Adémar himself was a character who outdid Dudo in the art of literary fiction, spending most of his career embellishing the credentials of his local saint Martial. In a holy quest to prove that his patron was one of the original 72 apostles of Christ, Adémar went so far as to forge a church meeting, a papal letter, and myriad other documents in order to prove his claims. Fake it till you make it, I guess, but pray that no one checks the footnotes. As regards Richard's collusion with the Vikings, though, it proved most problematic in the context of England. And yes, that means that there were still Vikings raiding England in the year of our Lord 1000. As discussed earlier, this had been a point of contention between his father, Richard I, and Ethelred the Unready. The two of them had signed a treaty that Normandy would stop acting like a pirate den, a treaty that Richard II flatly ignored. After Ethelred mustered an army, he led it across the Channel and landed on the Cotentin Peninsula, his intention to drag Richard to England in chains. But as so many would later do, Ethelred underestimated the force and velocity of the Norman cavalry, who sent him flying back to England empty-handed. Once again proving his father's son, Richard II patched things up with a marriage alliance, one of the most fortuitous in all the Middle Ages. And so it was that Ethelred married his sister Emma, the daughter of Richard the Fearless and his supposed forest bride Gunor. We'll talk about Emma in the next chapter. What you should know for now is that this marriage paved the way for the Norman conquest of England. During the remainder of Richard II's reign, he walked the same tightrope his father had. First, he supported his brother-in-law Ethelred the Unready, and after his deposition, offered him solace in Normandy. Then he goes on to recognize the man who deposed Ethelred, Canute the Great, as the next king of England. In fairness to Richard, though, by that point, Ethelred had passed away and Emma had remarried Canute, so this was simply the obvious move to make. All the while, Dudo was making progress on his history of the Norman people, finally completed in 1015. By the time of Richard II's death, about a decade later, Normandy's ducal status was more or less confirmed. The duchy then passed to his son, Richard III, who has no nickname because he only ruled for a year. Murphy's Law had struck yet again, or more specifically, its medieval variant. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong during the succession. When William succeeded Rollo, it had been an anti-French revolt. When the first Richard succeeded William, it had been a greedy king. When the second Richard succeeded the first, it had been a peasant revolt. And now, it was something different again. Something with a distinctly Carolingian flavor. Now the trouble came from Richard's brother Robert. And why I say this had a Carolingian flavor is because of the non-stop dynastic disputes between the descendants of Charlemagne. Something I explore to its fullest extent in a different video. The interesting thing about the Normans is that they didn't have this problem until Robert. Now, two things are worth mentioning about that. Obviously, theirs was a small chunk of territory compared to the continent-sweeping Carolingian Empire, but even in the lands around Rouen, they didn't always feel too secure. Perhaps because of these two factors, Rollo and William only seem to have recognized one male heir. In fact, they only seem to have had one son each. Though this may reflect a lack of written records, it has also been speculated that Rollo and William were trying to prevent dynastic disputes. But starting with Richard I, the line of Rollo was having more and more kids with each generation, and it only took one generation for a dynastic dispute to break out. This one at least was short and sweet. Robert was defeated and Richard III victorious, but on his way back to Rouen, Richard, the victor, suddenly dropped dead. Since he was between 25 and 30 years old, foul play has been suspected ever since. But if Robert really had killed his brother, that would have been low even by Carolingian standards. Contrary to most people's expectations, assassinations were actually pretty rare in the medieval period. William Longsword was assassinated, but this was the exception, not the rule, nor was that a family drama like this one. In the context of dynastic struggles, assassinations were even more rare and usually settled with an armed or diplomatic confrontation. So if Robert really had been responsible, then his nickname the Devil, which is thought to be a mistake, would have been well deserved. But for reasons we soon will see, he is usually referred to as Robert the Magnificent. After his rule began in 1027, he did a pretty good job. According to the scholar Francois Nauvoo, before and just after the beginning of his rule, he seems to have been an unruly young man. Subsequently, he changed drastically, becoming a responsible statesman who took to heart his role as leader of the rich Duchy of Normandy, restored ducal authority, and intervened in the royal domain and in the neighboring principalities, Brittany and Flanders. Throughout this process, Robert also got filthy rich. He was able to accumulate this fortune through a combination of raiding, trading, and land confiscations. With his brother gone, he set to work on his powerful uncle, who was simultaneously Archbishop of Rouen and Count of Évreux. This uncle was also named Robert, and since he had supported the Duke's brother, was forced to vacate his lands and go into exile. The Duke did the same thing with his cousin Hugo, the Bishop of Bayeux. Later, Robert would toss a bone to the church by reinstating his uncle as Archbishop. He would also make a life-changing decision that we'll get to very soon. By the 1030s, it seems a change had come over Robert. He was feeling restless again. In England, Canute the Great still ruled alongside Emma of Normandy. Emma was Robert's aunt, and by now she had borne her second husband a son named Harthacnut. For the moment, Emma had forgotten all about her two other sons with Ethelred the Unready. These two sons, Edward and Alfred, were still staying in Normandy, but keen to return to England and press their claim. It may have been Edward and Alfred who convinced their cousin Robert to launch an invasion on England, a test run for what William the Conqueror would eventually do. Unfortunately for the trio, adverse wind conditions scattered the Norman fleet, with only a small part of it landing in Jersey near the Breton coast. Making the best of a disappointing situation, Robert pillaged his foes in nearby Brittany. If he couldn't pounce on the English, he would pounce on the Bretons. Somebody just had to get raided. By 1034, the Duke made the decision to postpone any further invasion attempt and charted a new course entirely, a course to the Holy Land. Of all the pilgrimage destinations that Robert could have chosen, this was the furthest and the most hazardous. Yet it also offered him what he was most desirous of: adventure. At the same time, Robert had long meditated on his departure and made some basic preparations before leaving. Foremost among these was fathering a son and heir, by this point a boy of 6, named William. Because he was born out of wedlock at a time when that started to matter more, the boy became known as William the Bastard. It was only after he succeeded where his father had failed that he became known by another sobriquet. But that is a story that will take center stage in the next chapter. For now, we must say goodbye to the son and follow the prodigal father to Jerusalem. Even if Robert was ultimately overshadowed by William, his adventures in the East would go down in legend. They would also earn him his nickname, the Magnificent. Though he was supposed to be playing the part of a humble penitent, Robert behaved more like the Norman Mansa Musa. In the eloquent words of one writer, with ostentatious liberality, his mules were shod with shoes of silver gilt and carelessly attached by one nail alone, that they might be lost and speak of the riches of him who had passed that way. It is sadly unknown whether or not Robert stayed with any Norman settlers during his journey through Italy. Those Normans had gotten waylaid in the peninsula during a much shorter pilgrimage to the Apulian shrine of Monte Gargano. They are also the subject of another chapter in our story. For now, it suffices to say that Robert may have been better off not meeting them, especially given how much wealth he had on him. Robert's next destination was the city of cities, Constantinople, where he was reportedly quite rude and haughty to the emperor. Then, when he finally made it to Jerusalem, the Duke got into a virtue signaling contest with the emir of the city. After Robert paid the toll price for every pilgrim who couldn't afford it, the emir paid it all back with the next batch of pilgrims. Robert's adventure was cut short on the way back home. It was then, while passing through Bithynia, that he suddenly took ill and died. It was a fate eerily reminiscent of his brother Richard's, and unsurprisingly, it also spawned rumors about foul play. This time, the leading suspect was his traveling companion Fulknera, meaning Fulk the Black. Back home, as we know, Robert was survived by his son, William. But how this child managed to secure Normandy, let alone England, is something we save for next time. Join us then for the return of William, Fulk, Canute, Emma, and other familiar faces. Sometime in the mid-11th century, an impoverished Norman rides toward the city of Bisignano. He had an appointment with one of the city's leading men. Halfway between the city and the Norman hideout in San Marco, the rogue and the magnate meet on the east bank of the river Croti. No doubt they would have studied one another intently. The representative of the city, which ultimately answered to Constantinople, was a Greek by the name of Peter, a cog in the sprawling Byzantine machine. Across from him was the Norman representative, Robert, embodying much of the best his people had to offer. Starved and cornered, this blonde and blue-eyed Norman specimen was robust, with an aristocratic bearing that hardly squared with his infamy. Already his cheeks were rubricated by the Mediterranean sun, his eyes aflame with a bluish glow, as sly as it was menacing. Peter's failure to notice that gleam in Robert's eye was the second of two mistakes. The first was that he had allowed himself to be lured beyond the city walls. Before he knew it, the Norman had yanked him clean out of the saddle and was half carrying, half dragging him through the hills to San Marco. In due time, the humiliated magnate would be ransomed back to his city for a healthy chunk of change, enough to launch Robert's own career, while his half-brothers established themselves elsewhere in the peninsula. In true Norman fashion, Robert had made his own way. With this first and cautious step toward the fulfillment of his destiny, Robert would get the name Guiscard, alternately translated as the resourceful, the cunning, the weasel, and the fox. During his rise from rogue to duke, one detects the threads that run through the entire tapestry of the Norman saga: opportunism, pragmatism, audacity, unfailing good fortune, or perhaps divine intervention. In just 3 generations, the Normans would go from rootless mercenaries haunting the Italian countryside to kings of a prized Mediterranean possession. For the first time in almost 500 years, all of southern Italy would be united under a single banner, that of the Hauteville family. Theirs would be the most prominent of Norman dynasties behind the line of Rollo. And if the preeminent English historian of the 12th century is to be believed, even William the Conqueror was envious of their exploits. The story of the Hautevilles and the Italian Normans in general would prove one of, if not the most swashbuckling chapter in all the Middle Ages. Today, we will recount that chapter through a series of vignettes, each of which tells us a thing or two about the lives and times of the Italian Normans. Though we can't cover everything in just one video, stick around till the end so you can find out exactly where to go to learn even more about this extraordinary period. In 1018 AD, a large Byzantine army crushed a force of Lombard rebels at the Battle of Cannae. Though the battle is overshadowed by its ancient counterpart, it was certainly significant in the context of the Normans. They had fought as mercenaries on the side of the Lombards. After their defeat, they took to the hills and elected Rainulf, their fallen commander's brother, to take his place. Rainulf was a Drengo, not a Hauteville, and thanks to his efforts, his family eventually became the second most important in the region. Under Rainulf's leadership, the Normans raided the countryside and slowly replenished their ranks until new mercenary contracts availed themselves. In many ways, this was the template for future Norman expansion. Southern Italy was then a fractured land of chaos and opportunity. Had it been solidly ruled by any of Rome's successors, by the Byzantine Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, or the Holy See of Rome, the Normans would never have had the opportunity to entrench themselves in the region. But because each of these powers was usually focused on something else, a war of conquest here, an internal struggle there, Southern Italy remained a power vacuum. The Byzantine governors or catapans were increasingly on the defensive, and time again, reinforcements from Constantinople failed to materialize. In 1025, the formidable Basil II, better known as Basil the Bulgar Slayer, died before his expedition to the region was underway. In 1038 and 1042, two more expeditions were cut short due to the recall of the commanding officer. All the while, the empire was threatened by incursions from the east. The Seljuk Turks were sweeping in and slowly dislocating Anatolia. In the north, the Holy Roman Empire had grown increasingly disenchanted with the peninsula after the disastrous misadventures of the Ottonian ruling family. Geographically speaking, the Holy Roman Empire was also blocked off from southern Italy by the frigid mountains of the Alps and the malarial marshland at the center of the peninsula. In the meantime, the Muslims who dominated Sicily were busy bickering between themselves. About 2 centuries earlier, they had gotten as far as Rome, and only the Aurelian walls saved it from being sacked. Now on the back foot, their raids up the coast correspondingly declined. The Lombards were likewise shadows of their former selves, paying lip service to the court of Constantinople while increasingly turning to the Normans as a possible source of relief. As for the popes, well, we'll get to the popes. The Normans never planned to fill this power vacuum. Slowly but surely, they were sucked in anyway. Over time, they accumulated men, material, and mastery alike. A raid here, a mercenary contract there, maybe a hostage like the unfortunate magnate Peter. It's hard to tell how much of it was done in the spur of the moment. Had Robert planned to make off with this Byzantine governor, or was this another Sicilian gambit? Before Robert, Rainulf had found himself presented with similar opportunities, and under his leadership, the Normans became the premier mercenaries of Italy, often finding themselves on both sides of any given battle. The Normans on the winning side would help negotiate lenient terms for their less fortunate countrymen. That way, no matter how the battle went, the Normans still came out on top. In the 1030s, Rainulf was paid by the Lombard aristocrat Pandulf to overthrow Sergius of Naples. Acting more and more like a power broker, he secured Naples with ease. A few years later, the deposed Sergius dangled the city of Aversa and his sister's hand in marriage to get Rainulf on his side. Rainulf took the deal, but after his Lombard wife died a few years later, he sided once again with Pandulf to depose Sergius a second time. Here again, it's worth emphasizing that there were no Norman interests per se, no grand plan of carving out a Norman fiefdom. Instead, there was a sequence of opportunities that were energetically seized upon. It didn't matter if those opportunities came from Pandulf or Sergius, or from any Lombard or Byzantine representative. If the price was right, a Norman was there to collect. Though many among these Normans were low-born riffraff, a good deal of them were the second and third-born sons of nobility, trained to be some of the finest warriors in all of Christendom. Around the age of 7, a boy would leave his father's household to serve another lord as a page. He would perform menial tasks around the house until he was ready to engage in combat sports like wrestling or fighting with wooden weapons. Eventually, he would be mentored by a knight trained in the art of war. At 14 or so, the boy became a squire. Now he could seriously study the art and science of killing. He learned the cavalry charge, accompanied his mentor into battle, rode with him, dressed him, tended to his equipment, supplied him with horses, weapons, and any accoutrements that were needed on the field of battle. Only one thing was forbidden the squire, and that was the formal right to wear a knightly sword of his own. That was a privilege reserved for the belted man. Yet squires could still plunge into battle behind their master knight, sometimes emerging in triumph with a sword they had taken from the hands of a defeated opponent. Around the age of 21, with over a decade of experience in horsemanship, wrestling, and swordsmanship, the young man became a knight. But why did he come to Italy? Writing at the end of the 11th century, the Norman monk Geoffrey Malaterra described their motivations as follows. They saw their own neighborhood would not be big enough for them, that when their patrimony was divided, not only would their heirs argue among themselves about the share out, but the individual shares would simply not be big enough. Several things are worth unpacking there. At the time, the system of partible inheritance dominated not just in Normandy, but in France as a whole. This is what Malaterra is referencing. According to this system, a lord's domain was equally divided between his children upon his death, with the eldest receiving the primary title. Since this wasn't anything unique to the Normans, it doesn't really explain that much. A more distinctive aspect of Normandy was the continual influx of migrants from the Scandinavian motherland, presumably from Norway and Denmark in particular. These migrants, along with the prodigious breeding habits of certain Norman lords, probably did contribute to a rising population. Tancred, the progenitor of the Hauteville line, is undoubtedly the best example. Fathering 12 sons in total, much of his brood must have been yanking at the bit to make their name and fortune. Yet the historian Levi Roche warns us not to place too much stock in the overpopulation argument, something he calls a medieval trope. Though the population of Normandy was increasing, that was also true of France and Western Europe in general. In fact, population growth was one of the most important trends of the High Middle Ages, which began in the year 1000 and perfectly coincides with the Normans' arrival in Italy. By this point in the story of Europe, the calamities of the late antique period had passed, farming techniques were being perfected, new lands cleared, cities, universities, and monasteries founded, and all across Europe, the population boomed. But did any other peoples flock in such great numbers to Sicily? For the most part, no. Again, leaving us with the question of why the Normans did so. Besides population growth, the most frequently cited explanation is pilgrimage. In some cases, we're told that the Normans went to Italy for the shrine at Monte Gargano. In others, that Italy was merely a stopover on the way to the Holy Land. Here again, Roche argues that pilgrimage is an insufficient explanation, and for the same reason. It was a wider European trend. To be sure, it may have been part of the reason the first Normans journeyed to Italy, but it doesn't explain why they kept coming. Instead, Roche tells us, we should look at the duchy's intricate political situation in the early and mid-11th century. It became fashionable around that time to exile rather than execute opponents. Rainulf's brother Gilbert was one such exile, and his departure resulted in more Drengos coming with him. This turned southern Italy into the medieval equivalent of Australia, a self-designated penal colony for high-profile Normans. The more age-appropriate comparison, however, would probably be to Iceland, then filled with many of Norway's biggest troublemakers. More generally speaking, the 1030s to the 1040s were a transitional period from the rule of Duke Robert to that of his son William, later to be known as the Conqueror. Back then, he was but a child, yet his position was sufficiently secure due to the crown's peculiar interest in Normandy for the region's second-borns, third-borns, and so on to look beyond the duchy for greener pastures elsewhere. As we discussed already, southern Italy offered these pastures by virtue of its fractious nature, while much of the rest of Europe grew more and more ossified, centralized, and populous. Here was a land ripe for the taking. Once upon a time, Rollo had come to West Francia to take advantage of a similar situation, a land divided between squabbling lordlings with an absence of centralized authority. After securing the county of Rouen, Rollo and his successors slowly extended their control over other Viking settlers until they established the Duchy of Normandy. How could we find it surprising then that this same region produced the next generation of Europe's great adventurers? Bastards, brigands, and exiles with Christian rituals, Nordic origins, and Frankish methods of war. By this point, they seem to have forgotten the Viking art of shipbuilding, with most of them traveling to Italy by land rather than by sea. Writing of the events of 1067, which we will cover later, the chronicler William of Apulia reports that the Norman people had known nothing of naval war up till then. Yet only the previous year, in 1066, William the Conqueror had ferried thousands of men, horses, and supplies over the English Channel. Some time ago, a scholar suggested that William got advice on ferrying his horses from the Italian Normans, who in turn learned to do so from the Byzantine Empire. Whether or not that is true, what seems beyond dispute is that the care once lavished on hewing longboats was now applied to raising war horses. R.H.C. Davis notes that the Normans refined Carolingian-era horse breeding techniques. They fed their horses with a grain-rich diet to promote growth and set aside large tracts of land for stud farms. Studs were also rotated between herds, and stallions and mares alike selected for size and strength. The result was a mounted elite, men and horses alike bred and trained for excellence. In Italy, a couple hundred of them weren't just capable of crushing an army 10 times their size, they were almost expected to. In 1040, 300 Norman knights accompanied the Byzantine expedition into Sicily. Their objective? To besiege the ancient city of Syracuse, then under Muslim control. Included in this knightly contingent was William, the eldest of the 3 Hauteville brothers who accompanied him. This was a chance for William to get a good look at Harold Hardrada, the last Viking who would have been present along with the rest of the Varangian Guard. One has to wonder what a conversation between these two distantly related adventurers would have looked like, but sadly, such an encounter must be left to our imaginations. To gain the advantage, the emir decided to sally out with some of the garrison in an ill-judged effort to destroy their siege equipment, but William and his brothers were mounted up and ready. Beaming down on the emir and his bodyguard at a canter and then a wild gallop, William tugged in his knees, lowered his lance, and braced himself for impact. Cleanly skewering the emir out of his saddle, William left him lying in the dirt to scan his surroundings for more enemies. Yet no one else dared approach the Normans now. Instead, the defenders retreated in a daze, the Byzantine army cheered in disbelief, and the emir's lifeless body was forgotten in the swirling dust. Not long after, the city surrendered. From this point onward, William became known as Bras de Fer, meaning Iron Arm. And in the years that followed, never once did he fail to live up to his sobriquet. When a challenge presented itself, he and the other Normans acted without hesitation. Only the following year, they became the muscle behind another Lombard revolt. But this time, they received the region around Melfi as their prize. Reynos' acquisition of Aversa had put them on the map, and now this was another sign that the Normans weren't going anywhere. Even so, the empire wasn't going to give up quite that easily. Reinforced by thousands of Varangians under the command of Harold Hardrada, the Romans, as they proudly would have called themselves, began to mass an army in Italy. Against them, the Normans mustered a mighty but measly force of 300 knights and 600 infantry, enough for a final stand but little else near the Olivento River. The night before the battle, the Empire issued the customary message: stand down, go home, disperse, and be spared. The emissary unlucky enough to be assigned this message was duly received by William Ironarm as well as his inner circle. Among this circle was the inimitable Hugh Taduboof, who was standing ominously close to the mounted messenger. As the messenger nervously got on with his task, Hugh stroked the steed's mane in a characteristically impertinent manner. Scarcely had the emissary concluded before Hugh unleashed a mailed fist straight at the horse's head, knocking it out in one clean blow. On his way down, the messenger was knocked out also. Only after the Normans had finished laughing did they bother to find a new steed to prop the dazed messenger upon. With a slap to this replacement horse's behind, they sent him flying back to his camp, where details of the parley were understandably kept a secret. The following morning, the Empire positioned its army at a bend in the river, this to minimize the maneuverability of the Normans' heavy cavalry. But despite being packed like sardines, the outnumbered Norman knights managed to break past the Imperial line and send chaos through their ranks. Many Imperial soldiers were cut down as they ran, others were drowned and trampled, and Harold Hardrada scarcely escaped with his life. Had he died here at Olivento, who knows if the Norman invasion of England would have succeeded a quarter century later. All the same, the Empire scrambled to raise another army and brought in fresh Varangian reinforcements, led once again by the dauntless Harold Hardrada. A few months later, they met a Lombard Norman force at Monte Maggiore. This time, the situation was different. William Ironarm was ill, barely well enough to attend the battle from a stretcher positioned on a nearby slope. In a repeat of the last battle, the Empire again outnumbered the rebels and positioned its troops along a bend in the river. This time, however, the Norman cavalry failed to pierce the Imperial line and slowly got bogged down. Somehow, though, William forced his body to obey his mind, jumping out of his stretcher, mounting his horse, and helping to turn the tide of the battle. Yet again, many of the Empire's soldiers died in the rout or in the river, and yet again, Harold Hardrada miraculously managed to escape. At this point, we have to ask ourselves, how did the Normans achieve this kind of outcome time and time again? Much of it, as we'll see, had to do with their signature heavy cavalry attack. The Byzantine princess Anna Komnene, author of the Alexiad, summarized things pretty well, even while conflating the Normans with the Franks. For a Frank on horseback is invincible, she wrote, and would even make a hole in the walls of Babylon. But directly he gets off his horse, anyone who likes can make sport of him. Though the Normans weren't as heavily armored as later knights would be, say at the Battle of Agincourt, they still had enough on to be significantly slower on foot. Keep him on his horse, though, and the Norman knight remained the apex predator. In fact, the medieval period as a whole was dominated by the mounted knight, often referred to as the battle tank of that era. In the case of the Normans, theirs was an early prototype, but judging from the results, a wildly effective one. To achieve their level of discipline on horseback, the Normans likely practiced charges and feints on a regular basis. They would have known how to fight knee to knee in a line or wedge formation, and not unlike seasoned bicycle riders, would have been able to steer their horses with their knees. The Normans also had spurs and reins to control the horse's speed and coordinate with those beside them. They also coordinated with the commander in the middle of the pack, who directed the charge and led from the front. The charge would begin at a canter and pick up a terrifying momentum as the distance was closed. Under each man's armpit, a 10-foot-long lance was couched so that the group descended on the enemy like a humongous iron-quilled porcupine. The Norman saddles had high backs for support on impact, and it was this innovation, alongside the stirrup, that enabled a knight to couch his lance to deliver the signature blow. The only way to stop the Norman onslaught was to bring longer spears, or otherwise to have troops so experienced, disciplined, and fearless that they could face down hundreds of horses furiously riding toward them without breaking rank and running for their lives. Failing that, the Normans would impale, bludgeon, or trample virtually anyone who stood in their path. If the enemy panicked and broke, the Normans would ride them down with ease, and it was during the rout that most of their enemies were killed, as was the case in the vast majority of medieval engagements. Once in a while, the Normans' enemies did hold firm, as they did at Monte Maggiore. Then it came down to hard fighting or a feigned retreat. With a cavalry force as capable as theirs, the Normans were closely wedded to the latter tactic. After feigning retreat and quickly regrouping, the Normans could charge at a pursuing enemy and punish them for leaving formation. In fact, in the English theater, the Normans are believed to have feigned retreat several times during the Battle of Hastings. All these factors explain how the Norman knight became the gold standard not just in Italy, but also in France and England. If you didn't see Norman knights raiding the countryside, you would likely have seen them training, riding in the plains, drilling, practicing how to charge and ride in formation. Combine superb discipline with unflappable morale, and you start to piece together how they won so many battles. To reiterate, most casualties in medieval engagements happened after the enemy turned tail and ran. It was a matter of esprit de corps, something the Normans had in spades. Rather than cowering in the face of danger, they laughed in it, just as they had before Olivento. They didn't simply accept, they embraced the nasty, brutish, and short reality of life in the Middle Ages. They took mass, gave confession, and simply got on with the job. A decade after the Melfi land grant, Norman power was rapidly growing. Some land was granted, some was seized, but in almost direct proportion to the size of their domain, the number of mercenary contracts correspondingly dwindled. This led some Normans to resort to the tried and true method of raiding, though this time not even their own lands were spared. Amatus of Montecassino, another of our primary sources, wrote that they rode gaily off through the meadows and gardens and returned with immense plunder. What they liked, they took, and what they did not like, they left. These years of Norman ascendancy were dampened not just by raiding, but also by famines and revolts, both downstream of the raids. While the Normans were unsurpassed in the ways of war, they still had much to learn about stewardship, at least here in Italy. All the while, Pope Leo IX looked on with resentment. As Wilbert, his monastic biographer, wrote, the Normans had been welcomed as liberators, but soon they became oppressors. John, the abbot of Fécamp, wrote to Leo that across Italy, hatred of the Norman has now become so great that it is near impossible for a Norman, even if he is a pilgrim, to travel through the cities of Italy without being set upon, abducted, stripped of all he has, beaten, and tied with chains. Thus, in 1052, Leo planned a rather unorthodox move. He secured an alliance with the Byzantine Empire. Despite their religious differences, the two powers combined their forces the following year to achieve what neither could do on their own: wipe the Normans off the face of the peninsula. During that winter, Leo also requested aid from the Holy Roman Emperor, who was able to spare 700 Swabians. These were giant men, famous for their massive two-handed swords. By springtime, Leo was heading south, accompanied by the Swabians, and raising troops all down the peninsula. Soon he would link up with the newly landed Byzantine army. Meanwhile, the Normans were led by Humphrey, the youngest of the first set of Tancred's sons. By that point, his older brothers William Ironarm and Drogo were dead, but as we'll soon see, his younger half-brothers were poised to make their mark. Humphrey cautiously trailed Leo during his southward march. His goal was to intercept the papal force before it joined with the Byzantine army. Virtually every Norman in Italy, even those in the garrisons, was called to arms for the battle to follow. The confrontation would take place outside the city of Civitate. On their way there, the Normans experienced the consequences of being as unpopular as they were. Most of the cities they passed closed their gates to them, forcing the Normans to live off the land. They also had no intelligence on the incoming Byzantine army, neither about their distance, nor their size, nor their composition. In a rare moment of hesitation, the Normans sent messengers to negotiate with the Pope in Civitate. They even expressed their willingness to nominally answer to him as the Principality of Benevento was doing. Usually it was the Normans who towered over their enemies, but on this occasion, they were dwarfed by the giant Swabians, who took the opportunity to mock the Normans for being short and scrawny. The Pope, meanwhile, had no interest in making a deal. He stalled negotiations for as long as he could in hopes of the Byzantine army's impending arrival. Dejected and empty-handed, the Norman messengers finally returned to their camp in the evening. It was decided then that they would attack in the morning. Rising early, the Normans suited up, assembled into formation, and sent their last string of messengers, who of course received no reply. The papal coalition that lined up in front of them was roughly 6,000 strong, with the giant Swabians standing in a shallow line on the right flank with their two-handed swords. Despite still being outnumbered, the Normans had a larger force than they had ever assembled in Italy: 3,000 knights and 500 infantry, divided into three main groups. Across from the Swabians was the one and only Robert Guiscard, who you will remember from the start of this video. Robert commanded the Norman left, Rainulf's nephew Richard of Aversa the Norman right, and Humphrey commanded the center. Amatus tells us that Richard was young, fresh-faced, and of radiant beauty, so that all who saw him loved him, and also that his curious habit was to ride a horse so small that his feet nearly touched the ground. Richard charged right away against the left side of the papal coalition, made up of the hodgepodge of recruits assembled along the way. That side of the army broke almost immediately, and Richard pursued them off the battlefield for many miles. Humphrey, meanwhile, advanced up the center toward the Swabian line and engaged them on a small hill that had separated the two armies. There, the fighting was hardest. The Swabians were not afraid of the Normans and were ready to test their outsized mettle. Seeing his half-brother getting bogged down, Robert rode in to help him, and the fighting descended into savagery. The chronicler William of Apulia tells us that Robert was dashed 3 times from his horse, and 3 times he leaped back into the saddle. Having chased the left flank as far as he could, Richard returned to the battlefield and quickly surrounded the Swabians. As the Pope watched on in horror from the walls of Civitate, the Swabians refused to surrender and were cut down to size. Shortly after, the officials of the city decided to escort the Pope and his entourage outside the gates and locked the doors behind them. Their piety still intact, the Normans showed the Pope mercy. They bowed to the successor of St. Peter and dutifully assumed responsibility for his safety. The battlefield was cleaned up, the wounded tended to, and special accommodations made for the Holy Father. Malaterra writes that the Pope was grateful for their respect and kindness towards him, gave them pardon and blessing for their offenses, and granted them all the land which they had seized and of which they could possess themselves in future in Calabria and Sicily, to be held as an hereditary fief from St. Peter by themselves and their heirs. It was an about-face as could only be achieved through a trial of arms, but behind closed doors, Leo wrote letters to every corner of Christendom to try to expunge the Normans a second time. Since no one obliged him, however, he and his successors slowly got used to the new status quo. Though the new arrangement came at the direct expense of the Holy Roman Empire, formerly the papacy's protector, for the moment the successors of Charlemagne were too busy on the other side of the Alps. As for the Normans, they were now experiencing a transition of power. With the death of Humphrey in 1057, the baton of leadership passed to Robert Guiscard. As the eldest of Tancred's second set of sons, he had come to Italy about a decade prior, around the time of William's death. Significantly younger than his half-brothers, Robert was forced to cut his teeth in Calabria all on his lonesome. For one, he had not grown up with his half-brothers, nor did they have much to offer at the time of his arrival. But with the death of Humphrey, the path was clear for Robert to solidify his control of the region and to become the first Hauteville Duke. The moment came about a quarter century after William Ironarm's arrival. It had been a gradual process, but much swifter compared to the formation of Normandy. When Robert was formally invested with the dukedom by Pope Nicholas II, he was actually given the title Duke of Apulia, Calabria, and Sicily. This despite the fact that the island of Sicily was still in Muslim control. Yet the message was clear. Sooner or later, Sicily would fall to the Pope's new favorites. According to the great historian John Julius Norwich, Robert possessed to an extraordinary degree those two qualities of temperament which are indispensable to political greatness: the superb self-confidence that melts away doubts and difficulties and allows ambition to keep pace with imagination, and the inexhaustible energy that never failed until in his 70th year, death overtook him. It is a further credit to Robert that despite her bias against the Normans, the Byzantine princess Anna Komnene had this to say of him: he did not allow any obstacle to prevent his executing his desire. His stature was so lofty that he surpassed even the tallest. His complexion was ruddy, his hair flaxen, his shoulders were broad, his eyes all but emitted sparks of fire, and in frame he was well built. Anna also had much to say about Robert's son Bohemond, whose story we'll save for another time. For now, it suffices to say that the annulment of the union that produced Bohemond left him with a disputed inheritance. The annulment was occasioned by the necessity of Robert's second marriage, this one to the Lombard princess Sicilgaida. The marriage would finally unite the Lombards and Normans under a single banner. Around this time, the youngest of the 12 Hauteville brothers arrived on the scene. His name was Roger, and before he became his brother's lieutenant, he also had to cut his teeth in the usual Norman fashion. Malaterra wrote that he was a most handsome young man, tall and well-made, a most fluent speaker, shrewd in counsel, far-sighted in the planning of things to be done, cheerful and pleasant to everyone, strong and valiant, fierce in battle. Through these qualities, in a short time he achieved general admiration. Together, the two brothers would divide and conquer. Robert would focus on clearing Italy of Byzantine control, and Roger on conquering Sicily. Any territory that the latter conquered would be split evenly between them. In 1059, Roger seized the city of Reggio just across the strait from Messina, this becoming the launching pad of his attacks into Sicily. Malaterra reports that Roger attacked a very brave man of enormous size, who was reviling the Norman army with many insults, and of whom everybody was terrified as though by a giant, overthrew him with his strong lance and killed him. His death in this manner so frightened the others in the castrum that when they saw the machines being prepared for the capture of the city, they doubted their own forces and felt themselves to be lost. Though Roger sometimes benefited from Robert's support, more often than not, elder brother called on younger one. While Robert focused on besieging Byzantine holdouts in Bari, Roger made lightning raids into Sicily with a skeleton crew of fewer than 1,000 men. Over time, the loyal, tireless, and capable Roger became his older brother's right-hand man. But soon, Roger found a lieutenant for himself in the form of his nephew Sturlo II, a fresh arrival from Normandy. At the time of Sturlo's arrival, Sicily was embroiled in a three-way civil conflict between the Muslim powers on the island. And just as the fractured situation of mainland Italy allowed the Normans to arrive and assume control, the same thing now took place in Sicily. On one of his first raids, Roger made landfall north of the city of Messina with just 400 men, including 150 knights and his nephew Sturlo. Avoiding Messina itself, they quickly took some towns and loaded up on plunder. Yet the garrison of the city was alerted, and it didn't take long for the defenders to hatch a plan to ambush the Normans upon their return, when they would be coming back to their ships laden with booty. After the Normans did return, choppy waters prevented them from loading their ships quickly, and the Muslims delayed their ambush. Eventually, Roger learned of the massive garrison force encamped in the hills above him, and in response he sent out his nephew Sturlo to flank around the garrison, to ambush the ambushers. After the operation proved successful, Roger thought he could follow it up by taking Messina itself. But after reaching the city, he and his detachment were nearly overwhelmed by the garrison force that sallied out. In a fleeting instance of Norman retreat, Roger and his men rushed back to their boats and barely escaped with their lives. Back on the beach, both sides eyed one another expectantly as the weather took a turn for the worse. Beneath the torrential rain, the Normans waited for an opportunity to load their ships and take off, while the Muslims waited for the perfect opportunity to strike. After 3 days of this game of soaking cat and mouse, the Normans were able to slip away after all. But no sooner had they done so than a flotilla of ships from Messina was headed straight at them. Roger and his men decided to barrel right through the flotilla, losing only one of their own vessels and pulling into harbor at nearby Reggio. Hungry, tired, soaked to the bone, but richer for it. All the while, another storm was brewing. A feud between Roger and Robert, which finally reached a head in 1062. As the elder of the two made inroads in mainland Italy, the younger balked at not receiving his fair share of land and loot. After getting married, Roger had certain obligations to his wife's family as per the Norman tradition of Morgengab, or morning gift. This obligation required the groom to enfief his in-laws, that is, to give them land. But for the moment, Roger simply lacked the means to do so. Fed up, he wrote to Robert to set things right, demanding he do so within 40 days or else he'd do it himself, that is, with his sword. Infuriated with his younger brother's belligerence, Robert gathered his men, rode into Calabria, and besieged the city of Mileto, where Roger was staying. Disguising himself, Roger snuck out in the middle of the night and made for the neighboring town of Geoffrey. Yet it would not be long before Robert found out and was nipping at his brother's heels. Since Geoffrey was loyal to Roger, Robert found the gates close to him, but now disguising himself, he entered the city and made his way to the house of Basil, a man on the inside that he trusted. Inside Basil's house, one of his servants recognized Robert and raised the alarm. Not long after, an angry mob was at the house's door. Basil and his wife tried to escape and were set upon and lynched by the townsfolk. Uncloaked, Robert had no choice but to confront the crowd for himself. Yet he did so with all his usual cleverness. It would be shameful, he said, to kill an unarmed Norman, the operative word here being Norman. Between themselves, as people may have had their differences, but if the crowd so much as laid a finger on Robert, those differences would be set aside and the city would have hell to pay. On the off chance he was telling the truth, the crowd decided to detain Robert rather than kill him, and after doing so, they sent for his brother Roger. In the meantime, Roger had ventured beyond Geoffrey, but upon returning to the city, he immediately accosted its magnates outside the city gates. Where was his brother, and why wasn't he here already? Was he harmed or killed? What was taking so long? As the people looked on with bated breath, Robert was finally led outside the city to his brother. Standing defenseless before him, all minds turned to a single question. What would Roger do with his older brother now? Closing the distance between them, Roger simply embraced him, and after a few manly tears, the two of them decided to bury the hatchet. Humbled by the whole experience, Robert vowed to make things right. He would oblige his brother's request for more land and loot, as he knew was well-deserved. As the two rode off, the townsfolk must have stood there bewildered. They had been expecting Cain and Abel, and got Benjamin and Joseph instead. From then on, the brothers would be as one. It took Robert almost 10 years, including a 3-year siege of Bari, to drive the Byzantine Empire out of Italy. Having secured the peninsula for himself by 1071, Robert would now receive all manner of honorifics from across the Adriatic. It was one of countless examples of the empire artfully saving face, of converting foes into friends and defeats into victories. Now the court of Constantinople showered Robert with gifts, titles, and even a marriage alliance. Robert's daughter Olympias was betrothed to the junior emperor Constantine Ducas, but when the betrothal was broken and Constantine ousted from power, Robert seized on the opportunity as a pretext for invasion. Now the Normans would take the fight to Constantinople, their most audacious gambit yet. Accompanying Robert was his 27-year-old son Bohemond, the one from his first marriage. Meanwhile, on the Byzantine side loomed the soldier emperor Alexios Komnenos, his love of the military arts tempered by cunning. Inciting rebellions in Italy, Alexios divided the Normans' energies and prevented a total takeover. Though he was repeatedly defeated in battle, slowly but surely Alexios managed to win the war. Bohemond, meanwhile, got invaluable experience in the eastern forms of warfare, which would serve him well on crusade. Back in Sicily, Roger spent 30 years trying to tame the island, only receiving reinforcements for the capture of Messina and Palermo. During his efforts to claim the Grand County of Sicily, Roger's nephew and Lieutenant Sturlo met a tragic end in 1072. Instructed to raid the middle of the island while Roger focused on Palermo, a massive Muslim defense force ambushed his raiding party. In the process, Sturlo may have been betrayed by a Muslim friend of his, but in any case, he and his men found themselves pinned against a large rock. Climbing to the top of the boulder, Sturlo made a valiant last stand along with his fellow Normans. The monument at Sturlo's Rock survived almost a millennium until a developer acquired the land in the 1960s and tore the monument down. In the same year that Sturlo met his end, the Normans triumphantly entered Palermo. This would become the jewel in their crown, a glittering medieval metropolis that ranked alongside Paris and London. Compared to the aforementioned siege of Bari, taking Palermo was a quicker affair. Not only were Roger and Robert working together, by now the Normans had built a formidable naval presence. In January 1072, Roger assaulted the walls by land while Robert landed a smaller force on the seaward side and opened the city gates. It was a fine example of Norman coordination, as it would be one of Norman clemency. Only the following day, the Muslims in the inner citadel surrendered on generous terms. They would be allowed to live and to continue practicing their faith. At the same time, the mosque was converted back into a cathedral, and the leading men replaced with Christians. As Levi Roche put it, like Duke William's conquest of England, this was an opportunistic land grab under papal license. And if William of Apulia, and in particular Geoffrey of Malaterra, were later to play up the religious element in these conflicts, it's because they were writing after the First Crusade had been launched. Holy War was now all the rage, so it was natural to recast Robert and Roger's conquests in such terms. After much bloodshed, Roger had concluded his conquest of Sicily by the late 11th century. In 1087, at the mountain fortress of Castro Giovanni, the emir could sense which way the wind was blowing, but he needed a way to save face. Only a week later, he rode out with his bodyguard and a small portion of his garrison and passed through a narrow defile. Soon, the Muslims found themselves surrounded by a significantly larger force of Normans. The emir decided then and there to surrender, convert to Christianity, and peaceably retire to a small Italian estate. Thus, Roger took control of the last Sicilian stronghold and within 4 years also claimed every remaining city on the island. Outliving his older brother, Roger navigated the succession period by aligning himself with Roger Borsa, the weakest of Robert's heirs. In exchange, he received various territorial concessions on the mainland. This ensured his heirs would not only be masters of Sicily, but also well positioned to make a bid for southern Italy. While Roger II succeeded his father as Count of Sicily, Roger Borsa's successor, William II, died heirless. This would allow Roger II to claim all of southern Italy for himself. A disputed papal succession in 1130 also enabled Roger to intervene on behalf of an anti-pope, supporting him in exchange for royal recognition. Eventually, it would be a different papal contender, Innocent II, who wound up on the throne of St. Peter with the backing of the Holy Roman Empire. Then followed 9 years of rebellions, excommunications, and skirmishes between Innocent and Roger. After excommunicating him in April of 1139, Innocent led a massive army into southern Italy to put an end to the Norman threat, much like his predecessor Leo IX attempted to do almost a century earlier. On the hills of Galluccio, the Pope's army nearly ran headlong into a Norman force positioned on the opposite hill. The Pope's army hastily started to change directions and completely failed to notice the additional force of 1,000 or so Normans charging straight at them. These were led by Roger II's son, Roger III, who bulldozed past Innocent's men and scattered them in all directions. Riding into the middle of their camp, Roger even managed to capture the Pope himself. After a few days spent as an esteemed houseguest, much in the manner of Leo IX, Pope Innocent signed the Treaty of Mignano, fully recognizing Roger II as King of Sicily and Naples. With bounteous reserves of energy, audacity, and opportunism, coupled with a healthy dose of luck, a handful of Frankified Vikings had carved out a kingdom in a distant land. They did it on a shoestring budget, outnumbered and outspent by the greatest powers of that time. On 2 occasions, they captured a pope and got a duchy, then a kingdom out of the bargain. When the age of the armed pilgrimage or crusade began, these new papal favorites would be among the most prolific and effective crusaders to come pouring out of Christendom. In the next video, we will look at their feats of arms in still more theaters of conflicts, the lands of Asia and Africa, where they would be tested like never before. The year is 1087, and William the Conqueror is put to rest in Normandy. A royal procession carries his lifeless body into the city of Caen, where he is interred in the Abbey Church of Saint Etienne. It was one of many such structures raised by this builder king, but for all the castles and churches he left behind, there was a darker side to his legacy. One man interrupts the proceedings to claim damages for the king's illegal usurpations of English land. To keep things moving, the man is paid off, but the whiff of infamy still hangs over the funerary gathering. Or maybe the stench was coming from the king's bloated and decaying corpse, just about ready to burst at the seams as it was squeezed into the royal sarcophagus. To make matters worse, a fire breaks out, a fitting metaphor if you had asked the aforementioned heckler. Here lay a king who brought fire and blood to the land he stole and grew fat on. But at the same time, here lay one of the most important monarchs in all of English history, and ultimately all of medieval history, due to the peculiar destiny of this island kingdom. Whether you loved or hated him, William was one of those kings who bucked the status quo. Like with Charlemagne, Otto the Great, or Justinian, there is a time before him and a time after him. The list of his achievements goes on, but for now, it's enough to mention that this was the man responsible for introducing England to stone castles, Romanesque churches, Middle English, and even feudalism. So, without further ado, let's learn about the life and times of William the Conqueror. We'll learn about his journey to the throne, the origin of his royal claim, the revolution he brought to England, and where and with whom this revolution began. In the process, we'll get to know the other movers and shakers of this era, figures like Emma of Normandy, Fulk-Nerra, Canute the Great, and Edward the Confessor. In the end, we'll answer the burning question: how much credit should William really get for bringing the High Middle Ages to England? If you listen to the last chapter, you'll have noticed a gradual change among the Normans. From Rollo the Walker, supposedly too big to mount a horse, to his son William Longsword, riding down enemies on horseback. By the time of Richard the Fearless, we get an early example of papal arbitration, and by the time of Richard the Good, we get a good old-fashioned peasant revolt. Except during that time, there was still nothing old-fashioned about it. The revolt, as you'll recall, hinged on disagreements about hunting and fishing rights, a new feudal kind of dilemma. Now, to be clear, none of these developments were unique to the Normans. They were taking place in the broader region the Normans had made their home in, the Kingdom of West Francia, just now morphing into France. At the same time, the early Middle Ages were giving way to the High Middle Ages, armored horsemen were becoming the new combat meta, and a distinct kind of structure sprouted from the countryside. It rose from the earth like a spore, a great stone pimple on the fair timber-shorn face of France. It was called the castle, from the Latin castrum, or fort. There had been a need to fortify the countryside ever since the mid-9th century. The days of centralized Carolingian rule had ended, and Viking raids had begun in strength. The logic for tearing forts down as a way to prevent rebellion no longer applied, and with the breakdown of central authority, it was once again time to fortify, but not like before. Now the castle builders of the late 10th and early 11th century would use stone, not just timber. Among these innovators, none was more prolific than the one they called Fulk-Nerra, Fulk, the Black. Though not a Norman himself, the Count of Anjou, Fulk-Nerra, is one of those characters that cannot be ignored, a villain whose misdeeds are too interesting to gloss over. You'll recall from the last chapter that he accompanied William the Conqueror's father, Robert the Magnificent, on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. In the case of Fulk, it was his third such pilgrimage. Because Robert unexpectedly died during the return trip, it was suspected that his well-seasoned traveling companion had a hand in his death. There were other reasons to think so. At one point, the French king even forced Fulk to go on pilgrimage to beg forgiveness for his many crimes. In the final count, Fulk would go 4 times, twice for penance, twice to protect the pilgrims. He would also build as many abbeys as he would castles. Evidently, this was a man who took his faith seriously for all of his faults. But boy oh boy, did he have a lot of faults. One modern writer described him as a plunderer, murderer, robber, and swearer of false oaths, a truly terrifying character of fiendish cruelty. Whenever he had the slightest difference with a neighbor, he rushed upon his lands, ravaging, pillaging, raping, and killing. There was also that unfortunate episode involving his first wife. Per one chronicler, Fulk, the hot-tempered one, killed his wife Elizabeth at Angers after she had survived an enormous fall, apparently falling from the city's walls. Then, Fulk burned with fiery flames the same city which was defended only by a few men, his wife's supporters. He burned Elizabeth at the stake because she had committed adultery, apparently sleeping with a goat herd. Fulk had a son, Geoffrey, who also rebelled against him. His son he could forgive, but not before forcing him to undergo a lengthy humiliation ritual. Fulk forced Geoffrey to trudge several miles with a saddle on his shoulders before he finally collapsed at his father's feet. As Geoffrey groveled for mercy, Fulk gave his son a good kick, chanting in sadistic echolalia, "You are conquered at last." Today, scholars would prefer you forget all about figures like the Count of Anjou. That way they can convince you that the Middle Ages weren't really all that bad. To be sure, these scholars do have a point. Fulk the Black was exceptional in his cruelty and aggression, hence the nickname. But Fulk was also exceptional in another way. He was the first of Europe's great castle builders, and because he built in stone, some semblances of his creations still survive to this day. There was Langeais, probably the first stone donjon or keep, Loche, Montbazon, Montresor, Chinon, Amboise, Blois, Montrichard, and at least 30 new castles in addition to the wooden motte and baileys that he upgraded to stone keeps. Interestingly, it seems like the Count of Anjou was highly involved in the construction process. For all his brutality, castle building remained this brute's one true love. He also managed a team of talented engineers, perhaps most famously Roger le Petit Diable, the architect of Montresor. The important thing to mention about these stone castles is that they didn't just serve a defensive purpose. In the fiercely contested region of northwestern France, castles allowed the Count of Anjou to expand his domain. He would take a neighbor's lands, build a starter fort in wood, use it as a launching pad for further incursions, and then rebuild the fort in stone. Then he would put one of his knights in charge of the fort, and gradually a new noble dynasty was established. The garrison force would switch from attack to exploit mode, hemming in the local population, whose lives would slowly begin to revolve around the castle's occupants. It was a critical step on the road to feudalism, manorialism, and serfdom alike, a road that would only end 800 years later when the French Revolution swept it all aside. For the time being, it was these new mechanisms of control and domination that constituted the revolution of the High Middle Ages. Fulk the Black would walk so that William the Conqueror could run. Let's take a quick break from besieging castles and talk about blowing up tanks, something I get the feeling William the Conqueror would quite enjoy. Today's sponsor is War Thunder, a game you've probably heard of before, and for good reason. In War Thunder, there are no floating health bars. Every vehicle is modeled down to the nuts and bolts. Fuel tanks, engines, crew, all of it can be damaged, disabled, or destroyed. And when you land that perfect shot, the X-ray view shows exactly what went down in glorious slow-motion detail. It's on mobile now too, iOS and Android alike. Same gorgeous graphics, chaotic warfare, only now it's portable. You've got 3 modes: arcade if you want instant action, realistic for tactical fun, and Simulator if you're a bit of a masochist. As for customization, there's no shortage of it. Community-made skins, historical markings, and authentic camo. You don't need a monster rig either. Whether you're using a mouse and keyboard or a controller, all of it works like a charm. Play War Thunder now for free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or mobile using the links in the pinned comment or video description. New and returning players on PC and consoles will get a massive bonus pack with premium vehicles, 100,000 Silver Lions, 7 days of premium, and the Eagle of Valor decorator. Now, let's get back to the video. Before we get to William, there is the matter of his claim to England, more specifically how he got it. As one might expect, explaining how the bastard of Normandy ended up being the rightful heir to England is a bit of a long and convoluted story, but it is a good one, so here goes. It began with a woman called Emma of Normandy, another character you may recall from our last chapter. So far, this series has been dominated by the archetypal Norman warrior, brawny and bold, contemptuous of death and danger alike. There was the unnamed Norman who supposedly toppled King Charles the Simple at the River Epte. There was Hugh Tadubov who knocked out a Byzantine emissary after punching his horse in the face. And who could forget about Robert Guiscard, who kidnapped and ransomed the mayor of Bisignano. But the fact of the matter is that not all Normans were men, nor all their stories so fueled by super concentrated testosterone. In fact, the great climax of the Norman story, William's conquest of England, is, as I have said already, directly attributable to the jewel of the Normans, Emma. This was a woman who would do anything for power, a black widow spider not above cannibalizing her young. As with countless noble women throughout medieval history, she was married off to advance dynastic interests, in her case to the English king Ethelred the Unready. The match was meant to end hostilities between Ethelred and Emma's father, Richard the Fearless, known as the Pirate Duke for providing Vikings with safe harbor in Normandy. The union was distinct for the fact that Anglo-Saxon kings rarely took foreign brides, preferring to marry their sisters and daughters off to continental rulers while keeping it on the island when it came to themselves. As such, Emma was something of a novelty in England, the first foreign queen in recent memory, with no friends or allies nor any knowledge of Old English, the language then being spoken there. Presumably she would learn in time, but for the moment, she was fluent only in French and perhaps conversant in the Old Norse of her mother Gunor. Unlike most of her predecessors, Emma was actually addressed as queen. She was no mere wife of the king as other English consorts had been. She would also choose an English name, Elfgifu, a name that meant elf gift. This happened to be the name of her husband's first wife, a popular name at the time, though hardly a coincidence. Evidently, this second Elfgifu was hell-bent on stepping into her predecessor's shoes and surpassing her. Our Norman queen advised Ethelred in matters of state, signed charters in her new name, and received plenty of flack from contemporary historians, indicating that she was important enough to be criticized. In one instance, she was blamed for a Viking raid on Exeter, which was thought to involve the Normans she had appointed to help run the city. The most infamous decision she was connected to was the massacre of St. Brice's Day, something between a genocide and a hit job. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, the king ordered all the Danish men who were in England to be slain. His objective was to get rid of the increasingly unreliable Viking mercenaries who were not likely to help much against the raiders they considered kinfolk. For her part, Emma took the massacre in stride. In fact, she may have even counseled her husband to take such drastic action. No considerations of kinship weighed heavy on the mind of this queen. Though Ethelred already had sons from his first marriage, Emma was able to give him another two in addition to a daughter. It was a succession crisis in the making, fresh fodder for the factions buzzing around the English court. Throughout it all, Emma remained a fixture at her husband's side, helping to orchestrate the palace revolution of 1005 to 1006 and strengthening her position even further. Only a few years later, all of Emma's work would come undone. In 1013, Sven Forkbeard, the king of Denmark and Norway, invaded England and sent Ethelred and his family into exile. Sven had been involved in numerous raids along the English coast and used the massacre of St. Brice's Day as a pretext for invasion. Ethelred, Emma, and their children were welcomed into Normandy with open arms. At the same time, Duke Richard the Good permitted Sven to sell his spoils from the war in Normandy. Classic pirate duke behavior. But things moved pretty fast in this world, and barely a year later, Sven died to unknown causes. He may have been killed by some assailant, by falling from his horse, or after being struck down by Saint Edmund himself. Wasting no time, Ethelred rushed back to England and diplomatically outmaneuvered Sven's son and heir Canute. The leading magnates of the kingdom had welcomed Ethelred back on the condition that he rule more justly, pretty pleased with a cherry on top. Meanwhile, Canute swore revenge, returning at the head of an army and reconquering most of the country, only for Ethelred to suddenly up and die. Emma would have to fare for herself. So what would this born survivor do next? Thinking fast, she sent her children back to Normandy. There, they would be safe not just from Canute, but also their older step-siblings, namely the formidable Edmund Ironside. After Canute defeated Edmund at the Battle of Ashington, the two men agreed to split the kingdom between themselves, but then it was Edmund who died a sudden death, leaving all of England to Canute. Throughout this process, Emma remained in England. She still had an ace up her sleeve. Any man who wed Ethelred's widow would have a stronger claim to the English throne, and for this reason, Canute approached Emma. The courtship specifics are lost to us. Canute may have gone on an Old Norse charm offensive, or he may have simply coerced Emma into it. Then again, these were two of the shrewdest political operators in England. Both Canute and Emma must have realized that this was the best move that she could make for herself, not necessarily for her exiled sons, but certainly for herself. As Canute's queen, she would play an even greater role in the affairs of England. Her signature would show up on more court documents than ever before, and they would be addressed jointly to Canute and Emma alike. Later, the queen would even have her own propagandist, the author of the Encomium Ame Reginae. The encomiast would basically make a bunch of excuses for all of Emma's misdeeds. Under his hand, she would appear the very picture of elegance and propriety, as she would in various illustrations which collectively made her one of the most recognizable queens in all the Middle Ages. In the opening illustration of the Liber Vitae, depicting Emma and Canute donating a cross to the new minster in Winchester, she is not only as big as Canute, she is also afforded pride of place on the right side of the composition. Clearly, there were two people now running this kingdom, even more so than before. For the next 2 decades, Emma and Canute consolidated their authority in England, the crown jewel of Canute's North Sea Empire. Emma also bore Canute a son and a daughter, adding to his brood from a previous marriage to yet another Elfgefu. This, of course, would spell trouble. It was another succession crisis in the making. The kids of Elfgefu II versus those of Elfgefu III. Now, it is possible that Emma had a precondition for marrying Canute, that precondition being to give her children pride of place in the line of succession. Toward that end, the encomium would denigrate Canute's first wife, even going so far as to claim she was a concubine and an unfaithful one at that. In reality, she was probably a noblewoman Canute had married to consolidate his rule in England, making their 2 sons, Sven Canuteson and Harold Harefoot, perfectly legitimate. Sven and his mother Elfgefu II, or III depending on how you want to count them, were sent to Norway as Canute's regents, thereby sidelining them from English affairs. And in case you're wondering, yes, this is something that Emma may have had a hand in. In 1035, the moment of truth finally came. Canute the Great died and the throne was up for grabs. Would Emma's schemes bear fruit or rot on the vine? Fortunately for Emma, Sven Knutson died that same year. Now she only had to contend with Harold Harefoot, so named because he was apparently fleet of foot. Enlisting the help of Godwin of Wessex, the preeminent Earl of England, Emma pushed to get her son Harthacnut crowned. Others threw their weight behind Harold Harefoot. Eventually, it was decided that England would be divided between Harold and Harthacnut. But since Harthacnut dallied in Denmark, a kingdom he now ruled, Harold Harefoot was the one effectively in charge of England. Emma would have to take matters into her own hands. Thus, she sent a letter to Edward and Alfred, the two sons she had abandoned in Normandy, convincing them that their time was now. As the progeny of Ethelred the Unready, they must return to England and reclaim their father's kingdom. Due to the tragedy that followed, Emma later repudiated the letter and claimed it was forged by Harold Harefoot, but that is almost certainly not the case. For one, it had her personal seal, making the claims to the contrary, found of course in the encomium, equivalent to a Cold War-era Pravda article, as Levi Roach put it. Though by this point, Edward and Alfred must have regarded their mother with suspicion and disdain, a crown was still a crown, even if they had to share. Thus, the brothers returned to England, but on separate journeys, a decision of crucial significance. Emma had acted unilaterally in reaching out to Edward and Alfred. She had not gotten Godwin of Wessex to play ball, so he now broke with Emma and turned on the new arrivals on behalf of Harold Harefoot. Though Edward managed to escape back to Normandy after a skirmish near Southampton, Alfred was far less fortunate. After landing in Sussex and making his way toward London, he was captured by Godwin's men and blinded. His party was killed, scalped, or enslaved, and Alfred succumbed to his wounds. It was Emma's most egregious blunder yet. She had lost one son and royally enraged the other two. All that remained to her now was exile, not to Normandy where her son Edward was staying, but instead to Flanders. While in exile, she bided her time until Harthacnut finally agreed to join her. A showdown between the half-brothers Harthacnut and Harold Harefoot loomed on the horizon. But in the spring of 1040, Harold Harefoot suddenly died, adding another tally to our long list of untimely royal deaths. As a consequence, no invasion would be necessary. Harthacnut would waltz right into England at the direct invitation of the Anglo-Saxon nobility. His arrival was long overdue, and with him came the Jewel of Normandy. But unfortunately for Emma, Harthacnut turned out to be a pretty poor choice of king. Not only did he overtax and alienate the Anglo-Saxon nobility, he offended them further by having his own brother, Harold Harefoot's body, desecrated, dug up, publicly beheaded, and thrown into a fen. It was revenge for the death and blinding of his half-brother Alfred. And though in some ways Emma could get behind that, one imagines she was pragmatic enough to realize that Harthacnut had gone too far. Pretty soon, she was shamelessly writing to Edward again as if nothing had happened. This time, she proposed co-rulership with Harthacnut. Either that, or the chance to be his heir. Sources differ. Though you could call Edward naive for taking his mother up on the offer, one must appreciate the siren call ringing out across the channel. The Kingdom of England was a mighty prize, advanced, centralized, precocious, and blessed with bounteous reserves of natural wealth and beauty, some sense of which can be gleaned from Henry of Huntingdon's History of the English. Britain then is the most blessed of islands, rich in crops and trees with plentiful streams and woodlands, delightful for its hunting grounds of wild fowl and game, and teeming with many different kinds of land, sea, and river birds. Like Ireland, it is wonderful for feeding draft animals and cattle. It is remarkable, too, for its numerous springs and rivers that abound in fish, particularly in great quantities of salmon and eel. nor is there a shortage of whelks from which is made a cochineal dye. It is also rich in deposits of metals, namely iron, tin, and lead, and some silver, though this is less common, and so all its coinage is made from pure silver. Thus, Edward was far from the only one to risk it all for this island kingdom. William the Conqueror would do the exact same thing. Nor would Edward walk into the lioness's den without taking the proper precautions, choosing a longer route to get there, and drawing up escape plans should things go south. But in the first place, Harthacnut's folly was a good sign. He had shown himself keen, over keen really, to avenge their brother Alfred. So when Edward arrived, Harthacnut proved amenable to a power-sharing arrangement with his half-brother. After all the years of exile, betrayal, and treachery, Edward had gotten what was his, nor would he have to share it for very long. About a year later, in 1042, Harthacnut died of an illness, making Edward the sole ruler of England. The reign of Edward the Confessor had officially begun. Now, chances are you've heard of Edward the Confessor before. You may know that he died childless, that he took his faith very seriously, that he promised the English throne to several different people. You may even know that he was the final ruler of England's founding dynasty, one stretching all the way back to Egbert of Wessex, the grandfather of Alfred the Great. But what if I told you that Edward was also the first Norman king of England? Allow me to explain. Recall that Edward's mother was the jewel of the Normans, and that he had spent most of his life in the Duchy of Normandy. In all likelihood, his preferred language would not have been Old English, but French. Now try putting yourself in Edward's shoes. After a lifetime of disappointment, you're 40 and finally enthroned. You have a powerful kingdom to rule, and for all of its blessings, you're saddled with just as many responsibilities. Ruling England was a young man's game, and even then, a lethal one. You know that, and you also know that a great many of your predecessors had died sudden deaths in their 20s. So who do you trust? Your father's Lieutenant Godwin, who had instigated your brother's death? Your mother, who had abandoned and used you? The Anglo-Saxon nobility, whose culture and language you do not quite share? No. You trust the people you grew up with. You trust your friends back in Normandy. The Danish kings like Canute the Great had shown preferential treatment to their fellow Danes, and Edward would do the same with his fellow Normans. Only one Norman would get the short end of the stick, Edward's mother, Emma. Immediately after Edward's coronation, he surprised her at Winchester and confiscated an immense hoard of wealth, enough to have made her the wealthiest woman in England. Later, Emma's lands, titles, and wealth would be restored, but it's fair to say that her glory days were over. She would die a decade later in 1052. Edward would have a similar rapprochement with Godwin of Wessex, taking his daughter Edith's hand in marriage. Once she gave him a son, both Godwin and Edward would have a vested interest in providing for the boy's future. It was good politics, and it also helped that Edith was a pretty remarkable woman, inspiring a whole new wave of celebratory art and literature. As the modern historian Pauline Stafford put it, Edith is praised especially for her character and learning. She's beautiful but also wise, of high reputation and prudent. If Emma piled riches to the stars, Edith has knowledge of them through astronomy. She's learned in measures, numbers, music, grammar, and languages. In other words, she was a total catch. But for some reason or another, no child ever came of her union with Edward. Perhaps the 40-year-old king had more spiritual matters on his mind. Or maybe Edith reminded him too much of her father, whom he had never quite forgiven for his brother's death. In the years to come, that much became abundantly clear. The seasons came and went, the marriage bed remained cold, and relations between Edward and Godwin got frosty. In 1049, the king exiled Godwin's quarrelsome son and heir Sven. Edward then gave his lands to the Franco-Norman Ralph of Mont. That same year, he and Godwin backed rival candidates in the election for Archbishop of Canterbury. Unsurprisingly, it was the king's Norman candidate Robert who triumphed and went to Rome to receive papal investiture. He would become the first Norman Archbishop of Canterbury. According to the traditional story, it was this same Robert who, during his journey to Rome, promised William, the Duke of Normandy, the crown. William was Edward's first cousin once removed, one of his closest male relatives. Not only that, Edward hated Godwin with a fiery passion, and he seems to have abandoned the prospect, if indeed he ever considered it, of fathering children with Edith. Therefore, quips Levi Roche, when it comes to offering William the crown of England, Edward had more than a motive. He had, thanks to Archbishop Robert, the opportunity. Back in England, Robert stirred the pot even further. He claimed that some of Godwin's lands rightfully belonged to the Archbishopric of Canterbury. The final domino fell when Edward's brother-in-law Eustace of Boulogne came to visit. One day this Eustace would accompany William the Conqueror to battle, appearing on the Bayeux Tapestry. He would also father the great Crusader prince Godfrey of Bouillon. On this occasion, Eustace landed in Dover and was attacked by some of the locals. This was Godwin's clay, and though Eustace made it out alive, the Earl would have to answer for his subjects. Since Godwin refused to punish them, Edward raised an army to deal with the matter himself. Both sides braced themselves for an armed confrontation, but it never materialized. Instead, Godwin extended an olive branch. The king's response, as Levi Roche paraphrases, was that the Earl could have peace and pardon when he'd restored Alfred alive and well. In other words, a royal reckoning was coming for the Godwins. The paterfamilias and his sons split. Some went to Ireland, others to Flanders, and in both places they began mustering support and plotting their return. Meanwhile, Edward continued his revenge campaign, confiscating Godwin lands and titles and strengthening his Norman party. He also put his neglected wife Edith into a convent, the first step toward dissolving their union. Could it be that Edward was planning on taking another wife? Had he renewed his hope of fathering a male heir? In the end, we will never know for certain. Scarcely had Edward shipped Edith away before Godwin and his sons were back in strength. The Earl would publicly beg the king for forgiveness, but it was clear to all what had really happened. Godwin's family had gathered enough support to stage a comeback, and the king had alienated what few Anglo-Saxon allies he had by being overly preferential to his Normans. From this point onward, the Anglo-Saxons, i.e. the Godwins, were back in control, slowly monopolizing the realm's lands and titles until they were in a position to make their own bid for the throne. We do have to be careful with the label of Anglo-Saxon though, since Godwin had been a firm supporter of the Danish king Canute the Great, and even took a Danish wife himself, with whom he fathered most, if not all, of his children. If that made the Danes and the Anglo-Saxons winners, the Normans were decidedly the losers. Edward's Norman courtiers were forced to pack their bags and go home. Even the Archbishop Robert was dismissed, and a replacement favorable to Godwin was elected, crucially without Rome's approval, something that would bite the Godwins in the butt. For the time being, Edward had learned the hard way that he could only do so much without an army. Therein lay the difference between his accession and that of his stepfather. Canute had come with an army. That is why he was able to put Danes in positions of power. And it is why, during one fiscal year, he was able to impose an effective tax rate of 100%. By contrast, Edward had no army, and now that the Godwins had called his bluff, he was forced to play a much more subtle game. His mind turned to the matter of succession. Soon, he started making inquiries about his long-lost nephew, Edward the Exile. Little Edward had not gone to Normandy, but instead to faraway Hungary. There, or perhaps in Kievan Rus, he married a noblewoman named Agatha, of whom little is known and much debated. The second Edward checked all the boxes. He was a decade younger than the king, he had a noble wife, and he already had a son named Edgar Atheling, the Old English for prince. But the king just couldn't catch a break. Scarcely had Edward the Exile arrived in England before he dropped dead, leaving the confessor with much the same dilemma. who was going to succeed him, and how could he prevent the Godwins from doing so. At this point, the narrative splits. The traditional account has Edward throwing in the towel and coming to terms with a Godwin heir. Since Godwin himself was dead, that heir would be his son Harold Godwinson, another name that you may recognize. Since this version of events comes from an account commissioned by Edith, it is a dubious source at best. At the same time, Edward must have realized that Harold was the most reasonable choice, a man who could hold the realm together by virtue of his family's preeminence. It was also probably easier for Edward to stomach making Harold his heir rather than Godwin himself. His Norman cousin William was a long shot, a man who would face resistance, who would bring death and destruction in his wake. Things that Edward, for all his blind hatred of the Godwins, must have been able to foresee and must have wanted his people to avoid. If not out of kinship, then out of the piety that he was so known for. However, there was another candidate that Edward may have been considering, a compromise in the form of Edgar Atheling, the son of Edward the Exile. In the Liber Vitae, Edgar was afforded the title Clito, meaning prince, a term reserved for royal offspring. But the truth is that Edgar was another longshot, a foreign-born youth of 14 who stood little chance against Harold. That much would be seen on the 5th of January 1066, when Edward the Confessor was laid to rest in his new church at Westminster. According to Levi Roche, Westminster was Edward's crowning achievement, by far the largest church in the British Isles, indeed one of the largest in Western Christendom. He goes on, as his final resting place, Westminster symbolizes Edward's rule. It may have been constructed from English materials and by English hands, but in spirit and style it looked to Normandy. Almost all the features we traditionally associate with the later conquest of 1066, Francophone aristocrats, reforming prelates, stone keeps, Romanesque architecture, can be seen under the Confessor. The difference, then, comes down to scale. Edward had brought over a handful of Franco-Norman allies. One of them, Robert, briefly became the Archbishop of Canterbury. Another, Ralph, built a stone keep in Oxford. Edward himself was laid to rest in a Romanesque cathedral. But compare all that to what William accomplished, and you'll find that the first Norman king leaves us wanting. Just like Fulk then, Edward the Confessor would walk so that William the Conqueror could run. According to the Godwinist narrative, on his deathbed, Edward entrusted the realm to Harold. But here again, Edward's intentions are as opaque as ever. Was he entrusting the crown to Harold, or simply making him caretaker or regent of the realm? Either way, Harold outmaneuvered the young, inexperienced Edgar and convinced his fellow magnates, most of whom were related to him, that he was the only man for the job. The coronation took place the following day. As a point of comparison, 9 months had passed between the death of Harthacnut and the coronation of Edward the Confessor. But Harold didn't have the luxury of time, not with the Duke of Normandy breathing down his neck. Which brings us to the question, what had William been up to this entire time? To answer that, it's best we start at the beginning. William was born in Falaise around the year 1028. According to William of Malmesbury, the greatest English historian since Bede, the Conqueror's future glory was portended to his mother by a dream, wherein she imagined her intestines were stretched out and extended over the whole of Normandy and England, and at the very moment also when the infant burst into life and touched the ground, he filled both hands with the rushes strewed upon the floor, firmly grasping what he had taken up. Alexandrine omens aside, William was, famously, a bastard, perhaps the most famous bastard in history. But he wasn't a bastard in the way you might think. The Old French bâtard did not refer to a child born out of wedlock so much as one born from an unequal union. While William's father Robert was the illustrious Duke of Normandy, his mother Herleva had more lowly origins. In all likelihood, she came from a line of embalmers, though her father may have been a ducal chamberlain. Either way, unequal union. Traditionally, this wasn't something the Normans were too concerned about. William's very namesake, his great-great-grandfather William Longsword, had fathered his only son with a low-born concubine. However, 100 years later, things were starting to change, and the circumstances of William's birth would be a sticking point among contemporaries and especially to later chroniclers. Nonetheless, he remained his father's only son, inheriting the Duchy of Normandy in 1035. This was the same year that Canute the Great died, leaving the throne to Harold Harefoot. The year prior, William's father Robert had attempted an invasion of England and was blown off course to Brittany. The two culprits behind the invasion were Emma's sons Edward and Alfred, who were staying at the Norman court and openly regarded as pretender claimants. Edward is even supposed to have signed 2 charters in Normandy as if he were the King of England. By 1035, Robert the Magnificent had convinced his Norman vassals to acknowledge William as his ducal successor, included his son's name in a number of charters, and proceeded to Jerusalem on a long, hazardous, and frankly unnecessary pilgrimage. He would die, quite suddenly, on the return journey, leading some to suspect his traveling companion Fulk Nera. That much I have mentioned already. But the truth is that for once, the Count of Anjou was probably innocent. For all of his border wars, Fulk never made a concerted effort to conquer Normandy. That fish was too big even for Fulk to swallow. All the while, though, other predators loomed in the deep, taking bits and chunks out of Normandy like a school of lampreys. At one point, even Falaise, the young duke's birthplace, would be taken. The trouble was that William was only between 6 and 8 years old at the time of his father's death. As had been the case with his forefather, Richard the Fearless, his minority was dominated by a number of powerful guardians. But due to the predatory atmosphere in northwestern France, these guardians tended to drop like flies. No fewer than 3 of them were killed, 1 in William's very quarters. It must have been a traumatic experience for the young duke. As historian and biographer Frank Barlow wrote, probably even more influential on William's character than his illegitimate birth were the perils and treacheries of his boyhood. He learned to survive in a society riddled with intrigue and deceit. His experiences made him a man who believed in guile, failing which, force. Life then was his greatest tutor, as has been said of Frederick II Hohenstaufen. The boy learned how to hunt, fight, and survive from an early age. As one scholar has noted, William would spend about half of his adult life either at war or preparing for war. Hunting, meanwhile, was a way for him to relax, the equivalent of golf for the medieval elite. The clerics made but little headway instructing William in other skills like reading and writing, but he was able to understand Latin and, even more importantly, the conceptual value of written communication, as later evidenced by his royal administration. Like Alexander the Great, he gathered around himself lifelong companions, figures who weren't as famous as, say, Ptolemy or Hephaestion, but who were no less important to the Duke. They included his half-brother Otto of Bayeux and his cousins William Fitzosborne, Guy of Burgundy, Roger of Beaumont, and Roger of Montgomery. For his role models, he seems to have chosen Robert Guiscard and Fulk Nera, the former for his daring do, according to William of Malmesbury, and the latter for his brutal ingenuity, or so we can assume. To paint a picture of the man, we can turn to biographer and historian David Bates. 2 certainties about William the Conqueror are that he was physically a large man, about 173 centimeters or 5 foot 10 inches tall, and that he possessed a commanding presence in war, at the hunt, and at court. William of Malmesbury paints a portrait of a powerful man with exceptional skills on horseback, who could draw a bow while controlling the horse only with his legs, who dressed magnificently, entertained lavishly, and at court terrified all around him with oaths and a loud voice. He also had a bit of Henry VIII in him, or rather it was Henry who had a bit of William in him. Everything from the choleric temper to the athletic youth to the swollen figure he cut in later years. William's married life was basically the opposite of Henry's, but we'll get to that later. By the time William was 16, we already find him in battle. In 1043, he experiences his first action at Falaise, successfully reclaiming the city. In 1046, he suffers an early betrayal at the hands of his cousin Guy of Burgundy, a rival contender for the ducal seat. William once again emerges victorious, though this time he had some help. He solicited the support of the King of France. Henry I was more than happy to aid William in order to maintain the realm's stability. For the time being, the king and the duke remained the best of allies, a little ironic given what a headache the conquest would eventually be for France. In 1049, the duke reclaimed Alençon, where the defenders mockingly called him pelter and brandished animal skins. This is the origin for the story that William's mother was a tanner's daughter. It's an understandable mix-up, but as Levi Roche argues, the defenders were probably making a subtle joke about the human skins an embalmer would be dealing with. Like an embalmer, William was none too squeamish, and when the castle was taken, he took the hands and feet of 32 of its defenders. Upon advancing to his next target, Domfront, the defenders opened their gates to him without resistance. During these campaigns, William showed a good deal of physical courage, sometimes an excess of it. According to William of Poitiers, the Duke basically got bored one day traveling with a group of 300 knights. After slipping away with just 4 of them, the band ran headlong into 15 of the enemy. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, the Normans won the day because William understood that old prison trick about punching the biggest guy. In the words of Poitiers, "At once William attacks, throws his lance, taking care to pierce the boldest of them. The man falls to the ground, his thigh broken. He pursues the others for 4 miles." Clearly, William had learned and absorbed the ways of this predatory world, but throughout his life, he seems to have had one respite. When the Duke married Matilda, the daughter of Baldwin of Flanders, it would be the start of a happy and fruitful union. Strangely and endearingly in the context of that time, William was faithful to Matilda for as long as she lived. That much he had in common with his father, who had been similarly devoted to Herleva. In 1051, the same year he got married, William is supposed to have visited England. His cousin, Edward the Confessor, then ruled, but what came of any meeting between them is sadly unknown. Whatever the case, matters back in France would soon demand William's attention. King Henry had turned against him, siding instead with the Count of Anjou, not Fulk, who had died in 1040, but his son Geoffrey II, the one who had been kicked and conquered. Now Geoffrey was more formidable, taking the nickname Martel, the Hammer. It was Geoffrey who had taken Domfront and Alençon, and now with the king at his side, he was coming back for more. As for why the king switched horses mid-race, it's safe to say that he was none too pleased about William's aspirations in England, which were becoming more and more evident. No matter, if William would be a king himself, he could also face one down in battle. He began by dealing with his rebellious uncle, defeating him as well as a relief force sent by Henry and Geoffrey. The following year, the king and the count returned with separate armies in an effort to surround William at Mortemer. Once again, the Duke proved himself their better, benefiting greatly, it is true, from his Norman cavalry. Having stood up to the King of France, William's star was rising. But 3 years later, the king and the count were back for more. In response, William employed a strategy he would use again, not one that came naturally to a spirit as impulsive as his. The Duke waited, allowing his enemies to dig their own graves. The decisive confrontation took place in the marshes around Varaville. Seemingly oblivious to the swampy terrain, the enemy army became separated while traversing the region's quagmires. As one contingent sat helplessly across the river, William pounced on the other one, leaving the king too weak to oppose him further. The Duke had made his point through blood and steel. Normandy was his. Now he could focus on turning his duchy into a launching pad for invasion. The period from 1057 to 1066 was one of intense preparation. Edward the Confessor was the oldest reigning English monarch in almost 2 centuries. Despite inheriting the throne as late as he did, he somehow eluded sudden English king death syndrome, sects for short. That meant he could drop dead at any moment. William and Godwin had little time to spare. As the Godwins consolidated power in England, William secured his ducal border with Maine and Brittany and designated his oldest son Robert as heir. Once, Robert the Magnificent had done the same with William, before rolling the dice on his own spiritual gamble, his pilgrimage to Jerusalem. In another parallel to his father, as well as Alexander the Great for that matter, William had a genuinely pious streak, one that was married to a sharp political acumen. Ironically, it was to be this bastard who legitimized his claim on England by becoming the champion of the church. In his day, the papacy was more and more keen on asserting itself, and the Normans were already on its radar. Back in the late 10th century, when Normandy was a pirate haven, a pope had arbitrated between Richard the Fearless and Ethelred the Unready. Now, the Normans were an even larger blip on the papal radar, thanks to their partial exodus to Italy, the focus of another chapter. Helped along by these Norman vacationers who quickly became the Pope's new favorites, William gained the ear of Christ's vicar. The Duke would also benefit from that little bit of archiepiscopal drama recounted earlier, with the Godwins having shot themselves in the foot. Recall that after the Archbishop Robert was forced to abandon his post at Canterbury, the Godwins shoved through their candidate without papal approval. Clearly, these island dioceses had grown wayward, disobedient. They required a firm hand to bring them back in line. They required someone like William. In token of this fact, the Duke would receive a papal banner, a physical manifestation of his divine mandate to conquer England. He also opened a direct line to the Almighty by sending his oldest daughter to a nunnery and founding numerous religious houses alongside his wife. William was about to make one of the biggest gambles in the medieval period. He needed divine sanction, and it wasn't long before God seemed to answer the call. In 1064, Harold Godwinson's ship blew off course and made landfall in Ponthieu. It is unknown why he set off in the first place, but we do know that he was captured by one of William's vassals. This allowed the Duke to intercede on the Count's behalf. It also meant that Harold was now in William's debt, a fact which pro-Norman chroniclers absolutely ran with. Orderic Vitalis, the author of the Ecclesiastical History, describes how Harold swore an oath of allegiance to William on holy relics at Rouen, with the scene also depicted on the Bayeux Tapestry. The same chronicler recounts how Harold joined William on a campaign to Brittany, and other sources report that Harold rescued 2 Normans from quicksand outside of Mont Saint-Michel. This Englishman was distinguished by his great size and strength of body, his polished manners, his firmness of mind, and command of words, by a ready wit and a variety of excellent qualities, says the chronicler. But what availed so many valuable gifts when good faith, the foundation of all virtues, was wanting? Upon Harold's return, he is supposed to have forgotten all about his oath, tricking the enfeebled Edward the Confessor into believing that William would acknowledge him as the next king of England and also offer his daughter in marriage to him. Again, this comes from the Ecclesiastical History, the Norman side of the story. As the biographer and historian David Bates wrote, while it is certain that Harold took an oath agreeing to support William's succession to the English kingdom after Edward the Confessor's death, this does not mean that the two of them understood either the content or the significance of the oath in the same way, even at the moment it was sworn. However the oath was understood, within 3 years the matter of the English succession would finally be settled at Hastings. Upon the death of Edward the Confessor, William sent messengers to England, toured Normandy, and got his affairs in order. Pretty soon, it became clear that the only way he was going to get the crown was by taking it, and to do that, he needed men, horses, and ships. Fortunately, his struggles with the King of France and the Count of Anjou meant that he had the reputation necessary to get these things. Already, he was known as someone you could follow into battle, a serious person in the words of Succession's Logan Roy. Despite the risks William took on and off the battlefield, we are dealing with an iron-willed strategist and hard-nosed logistician here. We might not immediately get that impression since logistics weren't top of mind for medieval chroniclers, but that doesn't make it any less true. Based on the ship list of William the Conqueror, we know that in preparation for his invasion, he amassed 776 cargo and longships from 14 different vassals. These vassals were promised new lands and titles in England, perhaps in proportion to how many ships and men they could muster. Similar deals were reached with non-Normans too, among them Bretons, Flemings, and others. For once, the people of northwestern France set aside their differences and united around a common objective. According to the ship list, William's personal fleet brought the total up to 1,000, though the chronicler William of Jumièges reported a figure 3 times that number. Though medieval chroniclers tended to exaggerate, this figure is actually reasonable if you accept the upper bound estimate for troop counts, about 14,000. The Duke himself would set sail on the flagship donated by his wife, Matilda. The ship, called the Mora, had for its prow a golden infant whose right forefinger extended toward its destination and whose left hand held an ivory horn up to his lips. Since the prow predated the birth legend of William, it could not have been a nod to that, but the reverse might possibly be true. There is some question as to its name, the Mora, but the scholar Elizabeth Van Houts, one we've heard from before, has suggested the Latin meaning foolish or foolish woman. It might have been an acknowledgement of how crazy the Duke's invasion was, and how foolish his Duchess for letting him go through with it, possibly another indication of how intimate this medieval couple was. As for how this fleet was built and how long it took, these are questions that we're still trying to answer today. Did the Normans get back in touch with their Viking roots? Were they drawing on contemporary techniques from their French and Flemish neighbors? We can't be entirely certain. What we do know is that there was significant naval activity in the North Sea and Atlantic during the 11th century. In Flanders, a fleet of 60 ships could be raised in a single winter. In Normandy, there had been the invasion fleet of William's father, Robert the Magnificent, but in truth, that attempt was so half-hearted as to make us unsure whether it was only ever meant to raid the Breton coast. William's plans were on another scale entirely. With his fleet assembled in the mouth of the River Dive, it came time to load the men, the horses, the armor, and the supplies. Something like 7,000 of 14,000 men were part of the expedition. We can safely discount the contemporary estimates that ranged from 14,000 to 150,000 men. The men's armor would have been off to avoid the risk of drowning, and they were likely sustained on salted meat, dried beans, hard-baked biscuits, and wine. About 2,000 horses were also ferried across the channel, along with plenty of oats and water. Since the Normans' Viking forefathers were never known to transport horses across the sea, they may have learned to do this from Constantinople via their cousins in Italy, as mentioned in the last chapter. Intriguingly, the ship list also mentions a DIY timber fortress kit, something that immediately brings to mind the IKEA flat pack fort, as Bart van Loo put it, prepared in Sluis over 300 years later. That French invasion of England would be doomed to fail, but this one wasn't exactly off to a great start either. By July, about 6 months after Edward the Confessor's death, William had gathered his fleet in the natural harbor of Saint-Valery-sur-Somme in Ponthieu. However, he was unable to cross due to a combination of weather factors and coastal defenses. Harold knew that William was coming, and he stationed troops along the southern coast of England. It must be worth noting that it was a feat in and of itself for William to keep his army together during the summer months. Feeding and sheltering such a large force, and preventing it from dispersing or raising havoc would have been no easy task. By September, the winds shifted and William got lucky again. On the 27th or 28th of that month, the Norman fleet crossed the channel during a calm and quiet night. According to William of Poitiers, the ducal flagship so outpaced the other vessels that it ended up separated from the rest of the fleet. The Golden Child of Normandy was adrift and alone. But aboard the Mora, William was the very picture of sang-froid. He is said to have eaten a big breakfast and patiently waited for the rest of the fleet to catch up. Once it did, the Normans made their famous landing at Pevensey in Sussex, though it is possible that part of the fleet landed elsewhere. Some ships are known to have blundered into Romney in Kent and were never heard from again. For the most part, though, the crossing had been a success. By then, Harold had disbanded his army for the harvest season, but then hastily re-raised it to deal with another threat from the north. That same month, Harold Hardrada made landfall in northern England with 300 ships and 10,000 men. With him came the king's own brother, Tostig, formerly the Earl of Northumbria. As Earl, he had been a total loose cannon, provoking a general rising against his misrule. In the aftermath, he went into exile and blamed everyone but himself for being ousted from power. In the winter of 1065 to 1066, he secured a fleet of 60 ships in Flanders and plotted his return as his father Godwin once had. During this time, he made contact with William, but he seems not to have made much headway with the inflexible Duke. After a series of raids along the English coastline, Tostig hunkered down in the north and was defeated by the brother earls Edwin and Morcar. The former was the Earl of Mercia, and the latter Tostig's replacement as Earl of Northumbria. In a last-ditch gambit, Tostig appealed to Harold Hardrada, the renowned King of Norway whose exploits are best saved for a future video. Tostig managed to lure the ex-Varangian into one last rodeo. Harold decided then and there that if he couldn't take Denmark, which he had been forced to renounce his claim on, he would take England, an even greater prize. The legal basis for Harold's claim was an agreement between Harthacnut and Magnus, the former king of Norway and Denmark. According to this agreement, if either king died childless, the other would inherit his lands. Recall that Harthacnut had died young and childless, but he was succeeded by his older brother, Edward the Confessor. This meant that technically Harold Hardrada could claim England as Magnus's successor. On the 20th of September, Harold and Tostig triumphed at the Battle of Fulford, defeating Edwin and Morcar. It would be the last time a Scandinavian force defeated an English one on English soil. And only 4 days later, York surrendered. Somehow, Harold Godwinson had already gotten the memo, making straight for York with an army that seemingly appeared out of thin air. On the 25th of September, just 5 days after Fulford, Harold Godwinson and his forces were at Stamford Bridge, having waltzed through York since it was left undefended. It was roughly 200 miles from York to London, and Harold's infantry army had covered the distance in just over a week, marching, not riding, 25 miles per day. It was a logistical feat to rival any of William's, one of the greatest forced marches in all of medieval history. Tostig and Harold must have been floored. They'd come to Stamford Bridge without their armor to meet with a delegation from York. Instead, they found the King of England's forces arrayed against them, superior in arms and numbers alike. According to Snorri Sturluson, a lone rider approached Harold and Tostig before the battle began, offering the latter his earldom back if he switched sides. Tostig then inquired what Harold could expect to receive, to which the rider replied, 7 feet of English ground, as he is taller than other men. After the rider left, Harold asked Tostig about his identity, to which Tostig replied that it was Harold Godwinson himself. Proving himself equally valorous, the King of Norway decided to stand and fight. Since the rest of his army was stationed near the fleet, reinforcements were sent for, but to no avail. Their delayed arrival would not change the course of the battle. The King of England proved victorious, with Tostig and Harold lying dead on the battlefield, the latter after taking an arrow to the throat. It was a victory that should have made Harold one of the most celebrated warrior kings in English history. Instead, the battle allowed William to land in Pevensey unopposed just a couple of days later. Had weather conditions been more favorable, perhaps the Duke would have risked a summer crossing and been defeated by the king. Perhaps Harold Hardrada would have proved victorious after landing in the north. Or perhaps Harold Godwinson would have bested him all the same. It's difficult to say, but it goes to show that sometimes it pays for things not to go your way. William proceeded from Pevensey to Hastings, where he set up a wood and earthwork motte and bailey, just as Fulk might have done. The Count of Anjou must have been smiling up at him. At the same time, William began raiding his surroundings, partly a matter of necessity, partly an insult to Harold, whose father came from Sussex. It was in William's interest to have a speedy confrontation, hence why he was luring Harold into one. Therefore, it's easy to see where William was coming from. He was setting a trap like he had against Henry and Geoffrey at Varaville. Godwin, on the other hand, acts with an impulsivity that borders on the idiotic. Perhaps it was a matter of personal honor or overconfidence after Stamford Bridge. Maybe it was just the way he did things, and maybe we'd all be singing a different tune if it worked out, as indeed it almost did. Whatever the case, Harold went straight to London and raised a new army before proceeding to Hastings. The two sides met on the 14th of October, 1066. As of now, it had been 9 months since the death of Edward the Confessor, and it was late in the year for a pitched battle. The morning of, William made one last appeal to the Almighty by taking Mass and unveiling the holy relics on which Harold had sworn his dubious oath. Everything counted now. The forces were about equal in strength. The Duke had 7,000 to 12,000 men, whereas the King had 5,000 to 13,000. The Normans had maybe 1/2 infantry, 1/4 cavalry, and 1/4 bowmen, while the Anglo-Saxons were mostly infantry. Norman archers had self-bows, and some may have had very primitive crossbows. Norman knights had war horses, lances, kite shields, and chainmail hauberks. Like the foot soldiers, some may have had swords, maces, and round shields as well. The Anglo-Saxon side was equipped similarly, with a good chunk being fjord units, basically levies or militiamen. They also had a trump card in the form of housecarls, professional killers wielding the two-handed Dane axe. The Anglo-Saxon shield wall, combined with a high ground advantage, helped neutralize the Norman cavalry and archer units. Similarly, the lack of Anglo-Saxon bowmen, combined with a high ground advantage, neutralized the Norman archers who had trouble shooting uphill and couldn't replenish their arrows with those of the enemy. The battle would be a long and grueling one. Excepting a midday pause, it went on from dawn to dusk, with both sides staking it all. Harold and William were both joined by their brothers, Harold by Gurth and Leofwin, who died in the course of the fighting, and William by Otto, the Bishop of Bayeux, who famously used a club instead of a sword so as not to shed the blood of his fellow Christians. For all of its fame, we don't know half as much as we'd like about the Battle of Hastings. Most of what we know comes from later sources like Guy of Amiens and William of Poitiers. Much has also been gleaned from the Bayeux Tapestry, including the nature of Harold's death. It seems that the turning point of the battle came when the Norman cavalry failed to break the Anglo-Saxon shield wall. The retreat of the Norman cavalry sent some of the infantry running as well, and later the Normans blamed the Bretons for this withdrawal. In reality, it seems that a rumor started circulating among the Duke's army that he had fallen in the battle. William only prevented a full-scale rout by riding up and down the ranks with his helmet off. That way everyone could see the face of him who had cowed one king and soon would do so again. Just then, some of the Anglo-Saxons pursued the Normans, thereby giving up the high ground advantage, most likely in defiance of Harold Godwinson's orders. This played to the Normans' favor because they were able to counterattack. Then something unexpected, a midday break. Unexpected because of the tension, but not unusual for a medieval battle that lasted this long. Both sides needed rest and sustenance, and the break also allowed the commanders to reevaluate strategy. After the battle resumed, the same kind of maneuvers repeated themselves. The Norman cavalry repeatedly charges, retreats, and counterattacks, and opens up the Anglo-Saxon shield wall for the melee. At this point, it seems like the Norman retreats were intentionally feigned, a tried-and-true method of winning medieval engagements from Hastings to Manzikert to Grunwald. As we all know, Harold Godwinson dies in the battle and is supposed to have taken an arrow to the eye. It's also possible that he was cut down by the Norman cavalry, or both, since we can't be sure which tapestry figure depicts Harold. Either way, it was a valiant end for the last Anglo-Saxon king of England, and a near-run thing for his Norman successor. Without its head, the main body of Harold's army disintegrated, and William claimed victory. With the sons of Harold fleeing to Ireland, no one was left to oppose William's entry into London. There was Edgar Atheling, the son of Edward the Exile, but he would be sidelined a second time, just as he was earlier that year. William was crowned on the 25th of December 1066 at Westminster, the final resting place of Edward the Confessor. It was probably the most famous Christmas coronation in history, behind that of Charlemagne's as Holy Roman Emperor. As the assembled Anglo-Saxon nobility acclaimed William king, the Normans mistook their unctuous tones for treasonous chanting. This incited a riot, and at some point a fire broke out. While some tried to put out the flames, others took advantage of the chaos to plunder the surrounding buildings. According to Orderic Vitalis, the people who had been rejoicing in the church were thrown into confusion, and a crowd of men and women of every rank and status, compelled by this disaster, rushed out of the church. Only the bishops and clergy, along with the monks, stayed, terrified in front of the altar, and only just managed to complete the consecration rite over the king, who was trembling violently. The scene hardly squares with the traditional reputation of William the Conqueror, but then again, even Napoleon grew faint during the coup of Brumaire. Like Napoleon, William was one of the greatest propagandists of his era. He claimed that Harold had never been king at all, that there is no Harold, was no Harold, and we have always been at war with East Asia. In a writ issued to the citizens of London, he promised to uphold the rights and privileges that they enjoyed in King Edward's day, completely glossing over Harold. Nor does William mention his predecessor in any official act or charter, save for a select few. Virtually nothing survives from Harold's reign except for a single writ dealing with a bishop's appointment. It likely survived because the bishop got in William's good graces. Most of the time, though, a writ or charter issued by Harold was not only ignored, it effectively served as a black mark for the recipient. It meant that you were compromised. In addition to this damnatio memoriae, William issued something called the Penitential Ordinance, another step toward making his conquest a proto-crusade. The papal banner had already been remarkable, since it was usually reserved for those fighting an Islamic foe. Now, William went a step further, guaranteeing not quite a ticket to heaven, but a reduced penance for those who had killed or otherwise sinned on his behalf from January 1066 to Christmas Day. This was quite the Christmas gift. It made the conquest a just war, or something approximating one. Killing was still a sin, but one you could atone for provided you were fighting for William. Those who had fought for the other side were all out of luck. Here we see a precursor to the Crusade indulgence guaranteed by the Council of Clermont. In that case, the remission of all penance for anyone who took up the cross and went to Jerusalem. The question remains how William was going to administer a realm as large and wealthy as England. I've already compared his invasion to a crusade, but it can also be likened to a colonial enterprise. In many ways, this was the beginning of a new world, and William was hungry to learn all about it. But since the king was not the trusting type, he would verify, hence the Doomsday Survey. This was basically a giant registry of William's new kingdom. Completed 20 years after the conquest, it's over 2 million words spread across 800 pages, and reading it, might just make you want to take an arrow to the eye. But who am I kidding? You probably love this stuff just as much as me. Divided into two parts, the Little and Great Doomsday, the little one concerns itself with Norfolk, Suffolk, and Essex, and the great one encompasses the rest of England south of the Tees. A typical entry looks something like this. Tiverton, referring to Tiverton in Devon, the king's own fief, formerly held by Harold Godwinson's mother. TRE, referring to Tempore Regis Edwardi, in the time of King Edward. Paid geld, a land tax, for 3.5 hides, roughly 420 acres, which wasn't necessarily the total area, just the assessable value. There is land for 36 plows, i.e. plow teams with 8 oxen each, basically a measure of arable land. There are 35 villeins, peasants with big plots of land, and 24 boarders, peasants with small plots of land, and 19 slaves, those with no land at all, with 30 plows, those plows actually in use. There are 3 swineherds paying 10 pigs, meaning they owe 10 pigs in dues as a kind of rent or tax. There are 2 mills, likely water mills, crucial for grinding up grain, paying 66d, 66 pence. Even here in the Doomsday Book, the propaganda war rages on. There is TRE for Edward, TRW for William, but no TRG for Godwin. For land grants dating back to Godwin's time, he's addressed as an earl or a usurper. All the same, Doomsday was a considerable achievement, especially considering how fast it was completed in just 1 year from Christmas 1085 to 1086. The fact that Doomsday set the standard for written administration, but may have been commissioned by an illiterate king, is a funny little irony. Nonetheless, as Levi Roche sets out, together, Little and Great Doomsday furnish the most comprehensive surviving survey of any pre-industrial society, a veritable treasure trove for the modern historian. Oh, and in case you're wondering about that name Doomsday, it's basically a metaphor. Quoting from Richard Fitzneill, the treasurer of England under William's great-grandson, "The natives call this book Doomsday, that is, the Day of Judgment. This is a metaphor, for just as no judgment of that final severe and terrible trial can be evaded by any subterfuge, so when any controversy arises in the kingdom concerning the matters contained in the book, and recourse is made to the book, its word cannot be denied or set aside without penalty." This was the kingdom's new source of truth, and it sheds light on something pretty important about the period 1066 to 1086. Namely, that almost no one who had land in 1066 still had it 20 years later. But how could this happen? Well, we'll start from the beginning. In 1067, Harold's Danish mother Geitha used William's absence, he had returned to Normandy by then, as a chance to advance her grandson's interests, the ones who had gone to Ireland. Geitha had little regard for this new regime. Not only had the new king ousted her son from power, when Harold's body was identified at Hastings, William refused to hand it over despite being offered its weight in gold. Instead, he ordered it thrown into the sea. Unfortunately for Geitha, William now moved with his usual brutal efficiency, crossing the channel in the winter and besieging Exeter, which she had incited to revolt. After a siege of 3 weeks, during which time William ravaged the countryside and blinded a hostage, Exeter surrendered and Geitha fled to Scandinavia. In return for the city's loyalty, William agreed to maintain Exeter's former tax rate, a rare display of clemency coming from him. Then, in 1068, William received word that the brothers Edwin and Morcar had stoked rebellion in the North and West Midlands. They were joined by Welshmen and Scotsmen alike, a telltale sign of how unpopular this new king was, to be able to unite such longtime foes. Taking a page from Harold's book, William rushed north and used the element of surprise to bring the rebellion to a speedy end. But he also did something that England had not seen before, at least not on such a scale. He began building castles en masse. Suddenly there was one in Warwick, York, Nottingham, in Lincoln, Huntingdon, and Cambridge. From 1066 to 1070, between 100 and 150 castles were constructed in total, These were wooden motte and baileys hastily erected to establish control. For the moment, the Anglo-Saxons still held on to most of their traditional lands and titles. These new constructions, though, would be manned by Normans. The resulting process of control and domination was without precedent in England. Gradually, the most strategic of these wooden forts were rebuilt in stone, and the surrounding countryside subordinated by highly mobile horsemen, or knights. The peasants living in the countryside were clustered into villages and squeezed of resources to pay for the means of their subordination. The knights, who provided protection, yes, but also effectively ran a protection racket, with Norman lords playing the part of mafia dons. Meanwhile, in London, William did something similarly unprecedented. Instead of executing Edwin and Morcar, now his captives, he takes them to Normandy and puts them under lock and key. It was a steep departure from the modus operandi of his predecessors, most notably Canute the Great, who had a bunch of English earls killed, along with one of Ethelred the Unready's sons. Not only were Edwin and Morcar spared, Edgar Atheling was too, in case you're wondering. The pretender claimant was even given some lands to rule before he went into self-imposed exile. Before that, he will come up again. Here also, William surprises us with his clemency, but if in the process he was bucking an English trend, he was playing right into a continental one. Northwestern France, as we know, was an unforgiving place, but in the wider kingdom of France, various movements like the Peace and Truce of God called for a cessation of violence and the manumission of slavery. Slaves, you may recall, did come up in the Doomsday Book, but the conquest eventually resulted in this practice being phased out. Though the conquest didn't start the process, it did accelerate it, and slaves gradually became part of the aforementioned villein class. According to Levi Roche, in the pre-conquest England, as in much of early medieval Europe, it was the norm to slaughter or enslave rebels and opponents captured in battle. By the mid-11th century, however, conventions had begun to change on the continent. Noblemen there now prefer to spare and ransom each other in battle, though such courtesies were not extended to non-aristocratic combatants. This trend was also part of the reason that so many Normans popped up in Italy. Rather than being executed, some of them had been exiled, finding a new home in the hotly contested southern part of the peninsula, another tidbit from the last chapter. Gradually, the Anglo-Saxons would push these ideas of chivalry and mercy to their limits. William's patience, never a strong suit, was sure to run out. In 1069, Edgar the Atheling joined with Sven II, the King of Denmark, and captured York. Soon, the North and West Midlands were in open revolt, joined by the Welsh yet again. On top of that, the sons of Harold were causing trouble from their base in Ireland. The problem seemed intractable. 3 rebellions within 3 years. William's patience had officially run out. He retained enough good sense, however, to reach an understanding with Sven, who commanded a mighty fleet of Danes, Norwegians, and Flemish. Sven would be paid off, and William would turn a blind eye to his raids on the eastern coast of England. Eventually, Sven would sail back home and leave England to the mercy of its new king. William exacted a revenge as terrible as it was effective. York was sacked so thoroughly that not even its church was spared, its surrounding shires, already ravaged, now completely leveled. The whole process took 3 months during the winter of 1069 to 1070. It came to be called the Harrying of the North, its results starkly recorded in the Doomsday Book. As much as 75% of the local population was gone, dead, or departed. With the shires scourged, a great many must have starved to death. Cruelty for cruelty's sake? Not exactly. William was cruel, but he also knew that a hungry army cannot move or fight. In fact, it is not an army at all. By depriving the North of its food supply, he hamstrung any future northern rebellions. And sure enough, the harrying would have the desired effect. The North would not rise again during William's reign, and it would take decades for the region to recover. William had made a desert and called it peace, as Caesar had done in Gaul and Charlemagne in Saxony. Sven II, sometimes called the last Viking king of Denmark, eventually popped back up on William's radar. With his fleet intact, he had every incentive to keep trying his luck in England, which he may have had a claim on. Unfortunately for Sven, he was unlikely to have much success without the support of English rebels. Thus, he turned to the Fenlands, where the legendary Hereward the Wake lurked like some cross between Robin Hood and Alfred the Great. Ultimately, nothing came either of Sven's abortive invasion or Hereward's guerrilla campaign. After the fall of Ely, Hereward's base of operations, he slips from the pages of history and legend alike. Interestingly, Morcar was at Ely too, and was locked up for good after its fall. He got off pretty easy compared to his low-born compatriots, who had their eyes gouged out and hands cut off to send another message. In the meantime, Morcar's brother Edwin had been betrayed by his men and killed, another sorry chapter in the sorry saga of Anglo-Saxon resistance. The 5-year period after Hastings was the greatest test to William's rule. From now on, there would be occasional flare-ups, but no great conflagration threatening to swallow up the entire realm. From now on, England was his. Did he come out the other side a different man? Probably not, but he did come out a different king. In 1066, he had been willing to work with the Anglo-Saxon elite and to treat with his subjects at Exeter. By 1071, the north had been harried and he was more and more reliant on his friends from back home. Partly it was a matter of trust, of making good on his promises to them. Partly it was a way of conquering and colonizing this land more effectively. Basically, every single earl in England had revolted against him, and each uprising only served to make things worse. The more the Anglo-Saxons rebelled, the more William wanted to replace them with his fellow Normans. By 1086, not even 8% of England remained in Anglo-Saxon hands. And to be clear, this wasn't a trend exclusive to the secular aristocracy. Whereas in 1066, only 4 out of England's 14 bishops came from the continent, in 1087, 14 out of 15 did. It was, in the words of Levi Roche, the most complete replacement of a ruling elite in British history. One has to go back to Otto the Great in 10th century Germany to witness a similar overhaul. Furthermore, since the new landholders were Norman, directly indebted to the king and greater in number, William was able to centralize power to an unprecedented degree. But what did he do with this power? Well, to begin with, he ensured his descendants would be able to hold on to it. By the time of his death in 1087, he had over 500 castles built. Though many of these were temporary wooden structures, at least a few dozen were made out of stone. One of these is the White Tower, the innermost keep of the Tower of London, where the crown jewels are kept to this day. To be sure, the Normans did build on Anglo-Saxon foundations, but for the most part, the use of stone was almost without precedent. Almost because we can actually go back to the time of the Romans. According to historian and archaeologist John Blair, the Anglo-Saxon centuries left a lighter imprint on the landscape than the ones before and after them. What the Anglo-Saxons planned and built was often both elegant and precise. Sometimes it was ingeniously inventive and magnificently lavish, but the planning and design were almost completely realized in transient timber without the heavy shifting of earth and stone that had taken place in the late Iron Age and Romano-British eras and would happen again after 1066. In other words, if you wanted it to last, you had to build it in stone. And that doesn't just go for castles, it goes for churches too, which were actually the Normans' profoundest architectural contribution. The same scholar writes that the massive Romanesque rebuilding of English cathedrals and abbeys, after a virtual clean sweep of their venerable predecessors, was the Norman regime's most dramatic and enduring contribution to the built environment of England. For some context, in mainland Europe, Romanesque architecture took off in the 9th and 10th centuries. It would not reach England until the 11th. Despite being such a late bloomer, all of England's great cathedrals, with the exception of St. Paul's, are Romanesque to this day, and all of them were built immediately after the conquest. Westminster Abbey, not to be confused with Westminster Cathedral, had been the sole Romanesque construction before 1066. It was a considerable achievement, but the Normans were about to take things to the next level. The period from 1066 to 1130 was an absolute church-building frenzy. It was an exciting time, but one has to feel a little bit for figures like St. Wulfstan of Worcester, the last surviving Anglo-Saxon pre-conquest bishop. Wulfstan is supposed to have wept as he gave the order to tear down the Church of St. Oswald, built a century earlier and now due for a Norman upgrade. During the first phase of this period, which lasted until 1100, not everything came out perfectly. The stonework could be shoddy, and bell tower collapses were not uncommon. The second phase from 1100 to 1130 is when Norman churches really came into their own, commercially and artistically. However, one cannot help but notice a spirit of competitiveness running through the entire process, with each church being bigger than the last. It seems as though no one wanted to come up short before the Almighty. But if we were to pick a few winners, then they would undoubtedly be St. Albans, Bury St. Edmunds, and the jewel in England's Romanesque crown, Durham Cathedral. To some extent, William and his successors benefited from things beyond their control, the vast impersonal socio-economic forces that constrain and animate history's great men. Not only was the 11th century the first of England's canal ages, enabled by the many rivers that crisscrossed the island, it was also a period of sustained demographic and economic growth. Per John Blair, for large towns, the 11th century was almost universally an age of growth and intensification. Although the aftermath of the conquest was often destructive, notably in the clearing of tenements to build castles and defenses, that was overall a downwards blip, which historians tend to emphasize because Domesday Book captures it, in an upwards trajectory. The scholar Rosamond Faith echoes this sentiment. The most compelling need in the nearly 300 years between the conquest and the Black Death was to feed more people. Even in the region around York, the devastation ultimately proved reversible. Toward the end of William's reign, he made an effort to redevelop the area, though the whole process would end up taking decades. What we can conclude is this: it was a combination of vast and personal forces and conscious Norman policymaking that fundamentally transformed the built environment and social hierarchy of England. But it wasn't so much that William consciously set out to change society, it was that society changed as a result of his efforts to stay in power. The effects of the castle in particular are worth emphasizing one last time. It is the castle that led to the emergence of the Middle Ages as we know it, complete with knights, villages, peasants, and all. In addition to all of that, the conquest changed the English language forever. Gradually, it led to the phasing out of Old English and the rise of Middle English, again, less by design and more out of necessity. As Normans swept into the country to run towns, garrison castles, and fill government posts, they brought their peculiar Norman French language with them. Suffused with Old English, this new hybrid tongue became Middle English, paving the way for the language I'm communicating to you in now. Throughout this video, I've used words of Germanic, French, and Latin origin alike. Without the Normans, I would not be using nearly as much of the latter too. It's again a little ironic that it was William of all people who opened the door to this linguistic transformation. As you'll recall, it is unclear how literate the king was in the first place. Though Orderic Vitalis claimed that William made an effort to learn Old English, that endeavor was quickly abandoned. Disappointingly, William was no great patron of the arts or literature either, which, despite his illiteracy, he might have been had he not been so focused on war and state building alone. William couldn't even be bothered to commission the Bayeux Tapestry, arguably the greatest work of art to come out of the conquest. Instead, it was his wife or half-brother Otto of Bayeux, and scholars now believe that it was most likely the latter due to how prominently he is featured. The first thing to mention about the tapestry is that it's not actually a tapestry. It was embroidered, not woven, making it an embroidery. One of the work's conservators called it the supreme achievement of the Norman Romanesque. Considering it's 224 feet or 68 meters long, it's hard to disagree. This was the largest textile of its time, telling the story of the conquest in full, from Harold's visit to Normandy in 1064 to William's Christmas coronation in 1066. The tapestry has allowed us to fill in various blanks, not only because of its sheer scale and scope, but also because of its nature as a visual medium. For example, we know the Anglo-Saxons had 70s-era surfer dude mustaches, and the Normans had Gen Z-looking undercuts, not something a medieval chronicler would usually bother to write down. Though Otto and William's relationship became strained in later years, the king owed his half-brother a great debt of gratitude for the tapestry. There is no doubt whatsoever that it has played an outsized role in enshrining the conquest in the popular imagination. We come at last to the final question that we set out to answer. How much credit should William really get for the conquest and its aftermath? By now, it should be clear to you that William was a bastard in more ways than one. David C. Douglas, one of William's foremost biographers, didn't much like him by the end of his account, something pretty rare for a biographer to admit. Then again, Douglas didn't really like any of the Normans. He described William, Robert Guiscard, Roger, and Bohemond as men of great ability and vastly ambitious. All were in varying degrees personally repellent, cruel, and coldly unscrupulous. John Julius Norwich was more sympathetic, but not to William. He wrote that in their achievements, the two greatest Normans of their time, William and Robert Guiscard, had more than a little in common. But in their characters, there was one all-important fundamental difference. The conqueror, whatever his other qualities, remained throughout his life mean, gloomy, and austere. Robert, by contrast, never lost that streak of cheerful irresponsibility with which he began. Frank Barlow, who we heard from earlier, was more understanding about why William was the way he was. He was distrustful and secretive, and gave his confidence to few whom he had not known long and tested extensively. He hated disorder and schism, and was authoritarian in every aspect of his life. Early insecurity gave him a love of wealth and power. Yet Barlow eventually concludes that it is a common fallacy to think that important events must have had important causes, that great conquests are necessarily the result of great battles, or that notable achievements must have involved notable men. It is William's success rather than his genius that is remarkable. Is this fair? Well, who am I to say? But it strikes me that William was one of those figures, we might call them great men, who changed the course of history. He was simply not replaceable. If you had put someone else in his shoes, the conquest probably would not have taken place. Just look at his father Robert the Magnificent's feeble attempt. The most recent of William's biographers is David Bates, who built on the works of Barlow and Douglas to create a work that profoundly shaped this video. I quite like what he has to say about what set William apart. In a word, entitlement. Per Bates, the characteristic strikingly present, almost from the beginning of William's life, is his sense of entitlement. The conquest of England would not have taken place without it. It was the ultimate demonstration of his ability to convince others that he could obtain what he wanted, and often, therefore, what they wanted or at least hoped for. One thinks of a Steve Jobs or an Elon Musk, entitled, no doubt, but also equipped with something their biographer Walter Isaacson called a reality distortion field, the kind that bends reality around them, yielding the iPhone, the Starship, or the conquest of England. In some ways, Bates is gracious to William. He acknowledges his military and political intelligence, his masculine spirit, his meticulous attention to detail. He comments that William possibly had an overdeveloped sense of responsibility, with his very thoroughness being transformed into ruthlessness in certain circumstances and into terrible violence in some of them. Obviously, Bates understands William better than anyone, but he chose to conclude his biography with a tribute not to the conqueror, but to his victims. In the end, the greatest priority must surely be to try to find a way to listen to the silent voices of the thousands whose lives William the Conqueror ruined. Only thus can the cause of humanity truly be served. I think that says a lot about the conquest, because if we're assigning the blame to this one man, then we must also, however reluctantly, give him the lion's share of the credit. Their story began in the north, as Vikings feeding on the carcass of the Carolingian Empire. Then they settled down, establishing the Duchy of Normandy and using it as a launching pad to take over England. Those left behind went further still, to southern Italy, where they cobbled together a new kingdom entirely. It was only in the 12th century, in the distant Levant, that the Normans achieved their final form. Today we're going to talk about the Norman Crusaders, about Bohemond, Tancred, Robert Curthose, and their proto-crusading predecessors. Eventually, we will work our way up to the most famous crusader of them all, Richard the Lionheart, who you may know as the King of England, but who was also the 14th Duke of Normandy and the great-great-great-great-grandson of Fulk Nera. You might remember Fulk from the last chapter about the English Normans. He was violent even for the standards of that time, hence his nickname. But the curious thing about Fulk the Black is that he was also a man of faith. He built or enlarged countless abbeys and monasteries, and he embarked on pilgrimage on 4 separate occasions. He never learned to write himself, but he endowed a school that taught the poor how to do so. The Middle Ages yielded all kinds of these paradoxical characters, those who had devotion to brutality, devotion to corruption, even devotion to debauchery. Writing about the late medieval period, Johann Huizinga hits on something no less true of the crusading era. Among the princes and the lords of the 15th century, more than one presents the type of an almost inconceivable mixture of devotion and debauchery. Louis, an insane lover of luxury and pleasure, addicted even to the sin of necromancy, has his cell in the common dormitory of the Celestines, where he shares the privations and duties of monastic life, rising at midnight and sometimes hearing 5 or 6 masses a day. Of Louis's contemporary Philip the Good, Huizinga writes that the Duke, famous for his molte belle campagne of bastards, his extravagant feasts, his grasping policy, and for a pride not less violent than his temper, is, at the same time, strictly devout. Louis of Orleans and Philip the Good, who we cover in all their debauched magnificence in our Burgundy series, lived and reigned during the waning years of this same medieval period. Throughout this period, then, the contradiction between faith and worldliness lingered, but it was a contradiction best expressed with all its burning intensity in those that took the cross. There is a tendency to simplify medieval crusaders as bloodthirsty barbarians, probably a result of Ridley Scott's glamorous but vapid Kingdom of Heaven. To whatever extent that characterization is true, one has to admit that the Crusaders simultaneously exhibited other qualities as well. They could be introspective, ingenious, and genuinely devout. In fact, they usually were. In his giant 11-volume set on the history of civilization, Will Durant fit the entire medieval period into one book, the very largest in the set. He called this volume the Age of Faith, and the Crusades served as the climax of this epoch. The Crusades were also, as we will see, the means of squaring the circle, of solving the contradiction between the worldly and the divine. Strictly speaking, you would not be wrong to think that the Crusades began in 1095 with the Council of Clermont. But before the Crusades, the Reconquista had already begun in strength. Ever since the early 8th century, a small band of Christian Visigoths had been fighting a guerrilla war in the Andalusian mountains. They were up against impossible odds and subsisted off honey. This Iberian struggle was well underway by the time Normandy was settled, but eventually the Normans did arrive on the scene, led by a minor lord named Roger of Tosny. Roger wasn't a pilgrim or holy warrior, but he was the first Norman to journey to the Iberian Peninsula, and to put it mildly, he made quite a splash. According to the chronicler Adémar de Chabannes, when he first arrived, Roger captured the Saracens, cut one of them in 2 halves each day, and with the rest of them as onlookers, boiled one half in boiling water, just like pork, and gave it to them to eat. The other half he pretended to eat at home with his men. The Saracens were understandably horrified, but eventually they managed to surprise Roger, defeat him, and send him packing back to Normandy. Still, the whole incident served as a kind of eerie prelude to a much more infamous episode from the First Crusade, one we will get to in due course. As it happens, Ralph's son, Ralph II, would wind up fighting alongside the Duke of Normandy at the Battle of Hastings. He gave up his venerable position as standard-bearer so that he could fight right beside William. His grandson, Ralph III, fought against the next Duke of Normandy, Robert Curthose, at the Battle of Tinchebray. But his great-great-great-grandson, Roger IV, would be back at the Duke's side at the Battle of Arsuf. In 1064, a few decades after the exploits of the original Roger of Tosny, the Catalonian Bishop of Vic organized an attack on the Muslim-held city of Barbastro. The expedition has been referred to as a crusade before the Crusades, and sure enough, the Normans were present for this occasion as well. It can hardly be surprising that Muslim sources singled the Normans out after the horrifying impression they had made under Roger of Tosny. Furthermore, a peace of God was declared under which the lands of Christendom were off-limits for the duration of the war. Similar movements had spread across the Kingdom of France, all geared toward taming the violent passions of knights. These mounted, swashbuckling warriors were the latest fixture to the Middle Ages. They would emerge from northwestern France and help William the Conqueror win the throne of England. Here also, in the matter of the invasion, the church involved itself, and at the very highest level. William would receive a papal banner, the Pope's peculiar response to the English question. Normally, such a banner would not be bequeathed unless the enemy was non-Christian, but because the popes had clashed with the Anglo-Saxons when it came to the investiture of bishops, especially the Archbishop of Canterbury, William's invasion would receive papal sanction. It would be a stretch to call the conquest of 1066 a crusade, or even a crusade before the Crusades, as in the case of the Barbastro expedition, but it was a sign of waxing papal authority and intervention. An even firmer precedent for the First Crusade would be set much closer to papal headquarters in southern Italy. And once again, Norman fingerprints were all over the scene of the crime. As you might remember from the Italian Norman chapter, in 1059, Pope Nicholas II invested Robert Guiscard with Apulia, Calabria, and notably, Sicily. The notable thing about it, that Sicily was not under Robert's control. It was then ruled by a fragmented Muslim polity. Robert left the task of pressing this claim to Roger, his brother, who stormed Messina in 1061 and made it the launching pad for a decades-long conquest. The crowning moment came in 1072, when the Normans seized the de facto capital of Sicily, Palermo, after a grueling 5-month-long siege. Rather than destroy the city of minarets, pleasure palaces, and lush gardens, the Normans allowed it to blossom into one of Europe's great metropolises, a crossroads of Latin, Greek, and Arab traditions, intertwined in architecture, scholarship, and trade. It was a rosy picture with a thorny underside. By the time of Frederick II, the half-Norman Hohenstaufen Emperor, perhaps only 5 to 10% of the original Muslim population remained in southern Italy. Though they would be allowed to continue practicing their faith, they would do so as serfs of the chamber, creatures of the emperor. Ironically enough, a contingent of these Muslims, newly resettled in Lucera, would accompany Frederick on his own armed but bloodless pilgrimage, often referred to as the Sixth Crusade, the most successful since the first. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. By 1091, all of Sicily was under Norman control, and Pope Urban II, the same one who would convene the Council of Clermont, witnessed the power of a papally sanctioned invasion firsthand. He must have already been thinking, could this formula be repeated elsewhere? Soon an opportunity to answer that question presented itself in the East. The Byzantine Empire was under attack from Pechenegs and Seljuk Turks, who threatened to dislocate Anatolia from Constantinople. The Emperor Alexios Komnenos knew he had to resort to desperate measures to save his crown. Otherwise, the revolving doors of the imperial court would start spinning, and a new emperor would be chosen. And so it was that the emperor made a decision that would alter the course of history. He would appeal to the Pope. The appeal would come almost exactly 40 years after the East-West Schism, but Alexios found himself with little choice. He would accept help from wherever he could get it. Urban received his letter in 1095 with great delight. Here was an opportunity to redirect the energies of Europe's fighting men, to expand the influence of the church, maybe to mend the schism, and, perhaps most importantly, a way for Urban to legitimate his papacy against the anti-pope Clement III, then residing in Rome. At Clermont, Urban called upon noble and commoner alike to take up arms against the Saracen, promising absolution to those who fought and died in the name of this cause. It was effectively a guaranteed ticket to heaven. Let those who have been accustomed unjustly to wage private warfare against the faithful now go against the infidels and end with victory this war which should have been begun long ago. Let those who for a long time have been robbers now become knights. Let those who have been fighting against their brothers and relatives now fight in a proper way against the barbarians. Let those who have been serving as mercenaries for small pay now obtain the eternal reward. Let those who have been wearing themselves out in both body and soul now work for a double honor. As a small aside, Urban capped off his speech with Christus autem imperat, Christ commands it, not the iconic Deus Volt, which may or may not have been the rallying cry of his exuberant audience. This was a far more effective appeal than any peace or truce of God. It did not hinge on taming the worst instincts of Europe's great warriors, but rather reorienting them toward what seemed to be an infinitely more noble and pious cause. The growing popularity of pilgrimage helped Urban's case, as did reports of pilgrims' mistreatment on the road to the Holy City at the hands of the Seljuk Turks. This would prove another enticing motive to spur people into action, and spur them it did. Urban's command spread across Europe like wildfire, stoking more enthusiasm than he could have ever imagined, especially among the lower classes. This led to the so-called People's Crusade, a peasant rabble blazing its way through Europe, massacring Jews, bullying local potentates, camping out in the vicinity of Constantinople before finally being let loose into Anatolia and getting slaughtered to a man. Those who took part in the Prince's Crusade would learn from this initial sorry attempt at crusading and launch a decidedly more noble enterprise. The Prince's exploits would be nothing short of miraculous, their feats seeming to spring from legend rather than history. It all becomes so much more palpable when you begin to understand the role the Normans, Europe's apex predators, played in the sequence of events to follow. The First Crusade had no centralized leadership, no kings or emperors, only a cadre of overzealous, overcompetitive high lords. Among these, the Normans were overrepresented. First among them was Robert Curthose, Duke of Normandy and son of William the Conqueror, eager to make his mark. Back at home, Robert was nothing special, lacking in both industry and good judgment. He did not get along with his father William, who gave him the nickname Curthose, meaning short boots, a nod to the fact that he would never fill his father's shoes. Perhaps that much was true, but Robert found his real calling taking up the cross. In Jerusalem, he reinvented himself, a favorite among the other Crusaders for his courage and camaraderie. He returned to Normandy, a hero. Though he didn't have as much of an individual impact as some of the other Normans in our story, it would be wrong to gloss over his contribution. The crusade succeeded on the narrowest of margins, and the Duke of Normandy, with his mighty Norman retinue, provided essential support throughout the entire campaign. With him were men tied by marriage and blood to the Norman line, Robert of Flanders, as well as his brother-in-law Stephen of Blois, who was married to his sister Adelda. There was also Eustace of Bouillon, one of the Conqueror's legendary companions, along with his sons Godfrey and Baldwin. Hugh of Vermandois was there, the brother of the King of France, as well as Raymond of Toulouse, one of the kingdom's most powerful nobles. Last, but certainly not least, there was Bohemond, the wayward son of Robert Guiscard. As you may recall from the last chapter, Bohemond had fought against the Byzantine Empire and been defeated by Alexios himself. This left him with a lasting grudge against the emperor, but also much-needed experience in the eastern theater of conflict. It is a testament to Bohemond's magnetism that he cut such a swashbuckling figure in the Alexiad, written of course by Anna Komnene to glorify her father Alexios. Of course, if Bohemond was so great and Alexios defeated him, that made the latter that much greater. All the same, it is plain to see that Anna was fascinated by Bohemond in particular and the Normans in general. Just listen to how she describes him. The appearance of this man was, to put it briefly, unlike that of any other man, whether Greek or barbarian, seen in those days on Roman soil. The sight of him inspired admiration, the mention of his name terror. She then provides a long-winded description of his physical appearance. It almost sounded like she had a little crush. Bohemond, originally named Marcus, but jokingly nicknamed after a mythical giant, was the eldest son of Robert Guiscard. As Bohemond grew into a giant young man, the nickname stuck. Due to his father's marriage technicalities and staunch opposition from his stepmother, he was disinherited upon his father's death and passed over for his younger half-brother, Roger Borsa. Before Bohemond could reclaim his inheritance, his powerful uncle, Roger, the Grand Count of Sicily, came to the aid of Roger Borsa, thereby maintaining an equilibrium between the half-brothers. Bohemond was one of the last to join the crusade, finally compelled to do so after witnessing the streams of crusaders pouring through Italy. He would raise a small force, including his nephew Tancred, and join the other princes. Bohemond was a complicated figure, and at a quick glance, many dismiss him as a villain, the foil of the picture-perfect zealous crusader. He manipulates Alexios, he fights with Raymond of Toulouse, he steals Antioch, he was always in it for the land and the money. Not to say that Bohemond didn't have his moments of what some may call villainy, others opportunism, but to view him as a one-dimensional cartoon rogue robs him of his great character and robs us of the richness of his story. The truth is that he was simply his father's son. As I mentioned previously, Bohemond would be accompanied by his nephew Tancred, the fiery subject of Ralph of Coln's Gesta Tancredi. The 20-something-year-old Tancred took after his uncle in many ways, combining a penchant for violence with a pious streak. In his case, these qualities were set apart in even starker contrast. Per the Gesta, Tancred's soul was at a crossroads. Which of the two paths should he follow, the gospel or the world? As a noble youth of lesser stature, Tancred would serve under Bohemond, but maintain 200 knights at his own expense. In the fall of 1096, 4 princely armies approached Constantinople. Alexios demanded oaths of loyalty and guarantees that formerly Byzantine holdings would be returned to him. The Crusaders complied grudgingly, Bohemond most grudgingly of all, and then the march began. Their first target was Nicaea, which had been under Turkish occupation for well over a decade. The Turks had easily crushed the People's Crusade and might have been expecting another easy victory. It may be that this disaster actually helped ensure the success of the Prince's Crusade. Little did the Turks know that this time they were up against the cream of Europe's crop. In no time whatsoever, Nicaea fell to the Crusaders and the Byzantine army was allowed to be the first one over the walls. Since Alexios saw himself as the liberator of the city, he wanted to keep it intact. It was a clever PR victory for the emperor, but it sowed the seeds of distrust between him and the Crusaders, who were denied the chance to plunder the city. The situation would come to a head in Antioch. On the journey to this ancient city, Bohemond distinguished himself at the Battle of Dorylaeum. Prior to this battle, the Crusaders had split up into 2 forces to better forage for supplies. Bohemond commanded the smaller of these 2 contingents, which included Tancred and Duke Robert. Over the course of the next few days, he noticed that they were being shadowed by Turkish scouts. The Sultan of Rum planned to ambush the Crusader army and wipe them out completely. That morning, the mounted Turkish warriors rode down into the Crusader camp. Bohemond immediately sent word to the other Crusaders, led by Godfrey and Raymond, so that they could reinforce him. The Turks, meanwhile, raced through the camp, cutting down soldiers and non-combatants alike. Any attempt by the knights to mount up and charge in small, uncoordinated groups proved useless. The quicker Turks simply dodged their sallies and continued the slaughter. Eventually, Bohemond ordered all of his knights to dismount and form a line around the camp. Women and other camp followers spent the day dodging arrows and running cups of water to the men at the front. The Turks would ride in, launch their arrows, and ride away. This was devastating to the unarmored Crusaders, but even to some of the fully armored knights, who began collapsing from their wounds, the heat, or simply from exhaustion. At last, Godfrey's relief force arrived. He and 50 knights fought their way to Beaumont and helped them survive the next few hours. But as the day wore on, the combined forces were slowly being pushed into the shallows of a nearby river. That is, until a giant contingent of Raymond of Toulouse's men rode up over the hill and surprised the Turks, pushing them back so the crusading force could regroup. The Crusaders then formed a battle line and charged in a unified mass. The fighting descended into a grueling slugfest until the papal legate Adémar arrived, sneaking around the hills and coming up behind the Turks with his force, and slaughtering many and routing the army. Beaumont's cool head and stalwart generalship had held the day for the Crusaders until reinforcements arrived. After Dorylaeum, the road to Antioch was open. Antioch was one of the most well-defended cities of the Middle Ages, and so the Crusaders buckled in for a long and grueling siege. They were so few in number that for the first couple of weeks, the garrison barely acknowledged their existence. The Crusaders' task was made even more difficult because the defenders were constantly getting resupplied, while they themselves had to resort to eating their horses. As deaths and desertions mounted, without adequate resupply from Constantinople, the Crusader leadership grew impatient with Alexios. Were his hands really tied, or was he leaving them high and dry? Eventually, Beaumont would assume the latter, arguing that because Alexios had failed to fulfill his side of the bargain, the Crusaders' oaths were null and void. For the time being, though, he got to work. While out foraging, he and Robert of Flanders spotted a relief force commanded by Ducac, the emir of Damascus. Vastly outnumbered, Beaumont's forces avoided a total encirclement by maintaining formation and repeatedly punching holes through the enemy cavalry. The emir had been expecting to mop up a spent force. Instead, he and his men were badly beaten and driven back to Damascus. Barely a month later, Ridwan, emir of Aleppo and brother to Ducac, approached Antioch with another relief force. The Crusaders sent Stephen of Blois, Robert of Flanders, and 700 knights under the command of Beaumont to meet Ridwan's forces. Together, they numbered 12,000 in all. Beaumont organized his 700 knights into 7 squadrons positioned on a hill between a river and a lake. He and his men took position behind the squadrons in reserve, but most of them began the engagement by riding across the field straight into Ridwan's forces. Per the Gesta Tancredi, the Turks stopped when they drew near. They feared that the hill, which showed a few men, hid many. The supporters of Christ simulated this by attaching banners to their spears, affixing one to each, as if the hill hid as many units as there were banners. And soon, waiting no longer, our men raised their lances and broke up the enemy force with the type of charge one might expect of a falcon attacking a crowd of river birds. The initial charge blew back the front lines, but the Muslim center held. With no clear winner emerging, Beaumont committed the 2 remaining knightly squadrons left in reserve. So Beaumont, protected on all sides by the sign of the cross, charged the Turkish forces like a lion which had been starving for 3 or 4 days, which comes roaring out of its cave, thirsting for the blood of cattle. After this, the Turks panicked and fled. The Crusaders pursued them to the city of Harim, whose Muslim inhabitants set fire to their homes and retreated to Aleppo with the rest of Ridwan's host. Beaumont had now played a decisive role in defeating the Sultan of Rum and the emirs of Damascus and Aleppo, but his masterstroke was still to come. As the siege of Antioch wore on, the Crusaders grew desperate. Once again, starvation became commonplace, and once again, deaths and desertions mounted. Without siege equipment, the Crusaders were forced to continue playing the waiting game, sitting ducks for every relief force. Now a 3rd Muslim army approached under the Atabeg of Mosul, Kerboga. The Crusaders, or more precisely Beaumont, had just one trick up his sleeve. A man on the inside, an Armenian named Firuz. Perhaps because of Beaumont's Mediterranean upbringing and his knowledge of Greek, he was able to communicate with Firuz and reach a deal with him, land in cash in return for opening the gates to a small contingent of his men. Beaumont knew that they could take it from there. Now he just had to convince the other Crusader leaders to hand the city over to him rather than Alexios once they had taken it. At first, he was met with resistance, from Raymond of Toulouse in particular. Raymond did not want to double-cross the emperor, but pretty soon he and the rest of the Crusaders had little choice. A couple nights before Kerboga's relief force arrived, The other princes finally caved and Bohemond made contact with Frouze. Ladders came down in the middle of the night, knights went up, gates were opened, and the Crusaders came pouring in. There was much disorder, especially by those Crusaders too busy looting to engage the enemy. But by the following morning, the city was in Christian hands. Tancred, usually the first man on the battlefield, was either scouting or snoring when Bohemond made the assault. For some reason, no one had bothered to get word to him, a fact which he bitterly lamented according to the Gesta Tancredi. When Cairboga arrived a couple of days later, he was shocked to see the Crusaders inside the city. No matter. He was well supplied and would starve them into submission. What this meant for the Crusaders is that they would go from starving outside the city to starving inside of it. After being besieged so long, Antioch wasn't exactly an all-you-can-eat buffet. No, it would take a miracle for the Crusaders to get out of this one. And then, a miracle. Having stumbled across an artifact said to be the Holy Lance, the very one that pierced the Savior's side, the hungry Crusaders were filled with a religious ecstasy hard for us to grasp today. As disaster loomed in the distance, they undertook a barefoot procession between the city's many churches, and then they decided to sally out against the enemy. If they would go down, they would do it with a bang, not with a whimper. And who better to lead them than Bohemond? First thing in the morning, he and his men marched out the gate and lined up in front of the city. Cairboga was advised to attack as soon as they emerged, but for some reason, he hesitated. It seems he wanted all of the Crusaders to file out of the city first, so he could engage them all in one decisive battle. As soon as the Crusaders finished lining up, they began to advance, and Cairboga realized that there were many more than he had anticipated. That being said, he still had a 2-to-1 advantage, with some 20,000 Crusaders up against 35,000 to 40,000 Saracens. In a move that was sure to embolden the enemy, Cairboga tried to broker a last-minute truce, but his offer was ignored, and the Crusaders marched forward. As was written in the Gesta Tancredi, at the sight of the cross, the Saracens lost their sight. They trembled, shook, and shuddered at its brilliance. No spear thrower or archer could perform his duty. Ha-ha was transformed into but, and then, alas, alas. Thus they showed themselves to be cattle, while the Franks were zealous lions. The former preferred flight to death, while the latter preferred praise to life. Cairboga held his men back, only sending mounted skirmishers forward, but these were quickly thwarted by Bohemond's cavalry. Not expecting such fierce resistance from a force thought to be weak and malnourished, the Turks panicked and broke. The Crusaders pursued the various forces as far as they could, slaughtering many and capturing the enemy baggage train. In compensation for his earlier absence, Tancred pursued the routed enemy with but a few armed companions, a panther among the sheep. The Guiscardians slaughtered them. In order to avoid death, Turks goaded and lacerated their heavily burdened mounts on their necks and their useless rumps. They threw aside their bows and quivers and fled. Tancred soaked the green earth with their blood. Following this bloody climax straight out of a sword and sandal film, the Crusaders parted ways. After holding firm at Dorylaeum, capturing the city of Antioch, and crushing one relief army after the next, Bohemond's pilgrimage had slowly come to an end. He now elected to stay in Antioch and rule it in his own name. But the other Norman Crusaders like Robert Curthose and Tancred were not done just yet. They continued with the main force to Jerusalem. What followed was a year of easy capitulations and grueling sieges. It was during this interlude that perhaps the most notorious event of the First Crusade took place. On the morning of November 28, 1098, a portion of the crusading army, including Bohemond himself, arrived at the city of Mara and threw themselves against its walls. It was a replay of Antioch, with dwindling supplies and a stubborn if amateurish garrison who refused to give in. After 2 weeks of failed negotiations, the Crusaders built a siege tower and came pouring over the walls like starved and angry wolves. What followed was a ghastly and nightmarish scene. Crusaders roamed the streets killing and eating their prey. About a dozen Christian accounts all corroborate the reports of cannibalism, and some are quite brazen. Ralph of Caen wrote that a lack of food compelled the Crusaders to make a meal of human flesh. Adults were put in the stew pot, and children were skewered on spits. Both were cooked and eaten. Others, like Albert of Aachen, continue in a similar vein. The Christians, in the face of the scarcity about which you have heard, did not fear to eat the bodies cooked in fire, not only of the Saracens or Turks they had killed, but also of the dogs they had caught. It was a darkly funny and telling way of phrasing things. The only debate left about this incident is whether it was a genuine attempt to survive a famine, or a terror tool meant to rattle the Muslims. There are definitely echoes of Roger of Tosny and his fear-mongering exploits in Spain here. In any case, cannibalism worked out in the Crusaders' favor. With their bellies full, they could continue to Jerusalem and would face a good deal less resistance from the cities on the way. The sack of Jerusalem is notorious, but it should be mentioned that Tancred did attempt to save the city's innocents. These unfortunates took solace in Jerusalem's churches and were given Tancred's banner for safekeeping. They were slaughtered as soon as he left, and Tancred was very distressed upon his return. In any case, there was little time to mourn friend or foe alike. It was do or die for the Crusaders. Their newly captured cities and territories needed governance. They had to consolidate their gains, secure supplies, and prepare for a mass exodus of pilgrims. A Fatimid relief force was making its way from Egypt to Jerusalem, and even after Godfrey had gathered every available fighting man and set out to meet this army, the Crusaders would be outnumbered 2-1. Godfrey led the army personally, alongside Robert Curthose and Tancred. They marched barefoot, as if on pilgrimage, carrying in front of them the relic of the True Cross. Arriving near the fortified town of Ascalon, Tancred and his men were sent ahead to do reconnaissance. They managed to capture some of the enemy scouts, who revealed the size, strength, and location of the Fatimid army. The next morning, Godfrey's men surprised the Fatimids before sunrise. The Saracens were all still sleeping, making for easy prey. The Vizier Al-Afdal Shahan Shah managed to escape to a ship before the Crusaders, led by Robert Curthose, barged into his tent and killed his standard-bearer. As he sailed away, he was forced to watch his compatriots get hacked to pieces and trampled into dust. In the end, more than half of the Fatimid army lay dead. After their victory at Ascalon, the Crusaders established a new kingdom in the Holy Land. But because most of them returned home after that, this new polity was left to grapple with the most enduring problem it would face in the coming decades: a lack of manpower. Still, the success of the First Crusade had been a miracle. A 2,000-mile march on the edge of a razor, succeeding on the slimmest of margins. If not for the success of this armed pilgrimage, crusading may never have caught on, especially after the disaster that was the People's Crusade. It is also fair to say that without the Normans, there is a good chance the First Crusade would never have succeeded. Robert Curthose led a contingent of men and knights at every conflict. Tancred was invaluable as a warrior and a scout, taking several cities with his men and setting the Crusaders up for success at Ascalon. Lastly, Beaumont played a decisive role in each of the first 5 important encounters, including capturing Antioch and destroying Kerboga's relief force. The Norman success did not only affect the future crusading movement, but also the French monarchy. As historian James Noss wrote, for much of the early Middle Ages, the main element that separated the French kings from their often more powerful nobles was a claim to divine selection, what was commonly considered to be a sacred claim to rule. When the crusade began, Philip I was relieved to have some of his most troublesome rivals off on a possibly fatal misadventure. But when the crusade succeeded, a miracle amongst miracles, it created a real conundrum for the French king. He claimed royal legitimacy from God, but he had not participated in the most divine quest achieved by a Christian in recent memory. This explains in large part how Beaumont came to marry Philip's eldest daughter a few years after the crusade. He had gone from a virtual nobody a decade prior to a member of the French royal family. Noss continues, when he took the cross in 1096, Beaumont was little more than an itinerant noble in southern Italy. Yet when he began his search for a suitable marriage partner in 1103, following closely on the heels of a spectacular performance in the First Crusade, his prospects had improved markedly. Beaumont was apparently so famous that he was told not to visit England or risk the ire of its king for luring away too many English knights. In France, meanwhile, the upper crust were constantly barraging Beaumont with requests for him to be the godfather of their children. The First Crusaders, concluded Noss, whether by intention or not, had become the successors of Charlemagne, the new paladins of the High Middle Ages. And so it was that this new economy of Crusader status culminated in the armed pilgrimage of the Saint King Louis IX. By then, Normandy's time in the sun had faded, but the Norman Revolution had changed the face of France, England, Italy, and the whole of Christendom forever. With all that said, it might surprise you to learn that the most Norman crusade was not the first or the second, but the third, the one carried out almost single-handedly by Richard IV, the Duke of Normandy. As King of England, he was also Richard I, and yet he is best known as Richard the Lionheart, perhaps one of the most impressive and well-deserved sobriquets in all the Middle Ages. Even before he was king, Richard had pledged to go on an armed pilgrimage as Duke of Aquitaine, but the death of his father meant he would have to go as a king, the highest-ranking crusader in history up to that point. Lesser kings and lords had found ways to wriggle out of their crusading obligations. After all, traveling up to 2,000 miles into the middle of enemy territory was, in many ways, irrational, unreasonable, and irresponsible by modern standards. Yet these were not modern times, and crusading was, if not a practical royal duty, then an aspirational one for medieval kings. Richard took the mandate literally, distinct for his devotion even in the age of faith. He was not so different from his ancestors that way. His 4-time pilgrimage-trotting great-great-great-great-grandfather Fulcnera, or his great-great-great-grandfather Robert the Magnificent, or his great-great-grandfather William the Conqueror. The French King Philip Augustus also took the cross, inspired not just by the example of Richard, but by his own predecessor and father Louis VII, who had taken part in the Second Crusade. Though there was tension between the two monarchs, and understandably so given the zero-sum game they were playing in France, these two Crusader kings swore to keep the peace on at least 2 separate occasions. Once before setting off on pilgrimage, and again after the capture of Acre. It was then that Richard was left alone in the Holy Land. The Duke of Austria Leopold was departing with many of the German troops, and Philip Augustus was doing the same with the French. Though Philip in particular has been criticized for effectively abandoning the crusade, he had a difficult political situation to deal with back home since so many of his vassals had died in the siege of Acre. In any case, Richard was now the undisputed leader of the crusade, even if various Crusader lords sometimes acted autonomously. Conrad of Montferrat, for example, stayed holed up in Tyre for the entirety of the Third Crusade, neither challenging nor obeying any of Richard's orders. Despite Philip's departure, various French contingents stayed with the army or remained in the vicinity. There were also the Templars and Hospitallers, who remained by Richard's side every step of the way. As the king left Acre and marched south, he was accompanied by Hugh III of Burgundy, who led a small French contingent himself. There was also the pseudo-king of Jerusalem, Guy of Lusignan, and the remnant of his followers. There was also Garnier de Nablus with a small cohort of Knights Hospitaller, Robert IV, a vassal of Richard's and now Grand Master of the Knights Templar, James, the Lord of Avançay, Condé, and Luz, along with his contingent of French and Flemish knights, and Henry II, Richard's nephew, as well as the Count of Champagne. Put together, this was a force of 12,000 fighting men, 1/10 of which were knights. The Saracen army, led by the famous Saladin, shadowed the Crusaders, harassing, skirmishing, and attempting to make their march as unpleasant as possible. Outside the city of Caesarea, Ambrose details a wild skirmish in which a great Muslim champion named Ayaz the Tall was killed. He is reported to have been such a giant that he used a lance twice as heavy as the heaviest to be found among the Crusaders. It was also there that 2 Crusaders were eaten alive by river crocodiles. As Richard approached the city of Arsuf, Saladin made ready to ambush the Crusaders in the northern forests outside the city. A savvy tactician, Richard was aware of the impending attack and kept his army in a tight formation for the rest of the march. War horses and knights filled the center in an elongated column. The baggage train followed on the seaside, infantry on the land, with various units alternating between land and sea to keep them fresh in case of an ambush. As the Crusaders closed in on the city, Saladin struck. Legions of horse archers and javelin-bearing light cavalry rode out from the hills and forest, swarming the Crusader army. Ambrose memorably describes how the bolts falling from the sky were denser than any amount of rain, snow, or hail he had ever seen. Richard ordered his men to raise their shields and form a line, with crossbowmen working in teams to return fire. Fearlessly riding up and down the line, the king ensured the men stayed in place, cheering them on and urging them to be patient and to await his signal. Present among these men was Roger of Tosny, the original Roger of Tosny's great-great-great-grandson. The Hospitallers, pressed together in the rear, sent a message to the king, begging him to let them charge the enemy, but still he ordered that they await his signal. Finally, the master of the Hospitallers himself wrote to the king and said the following: "Sir, we are harried shamefully and wrongfully. Everyone is losing his mount from the arrow fire." "Put up with it, master," came the royal reply. "One cannot be everywhere at once." Finally, the men could not take it anymore. All was lost, says the chronicler Ambrose, because of two men who could not hold back from charging. These were a hospitaller marshal and a knight named Baldwin of Carew, who surged forward and caused a chain reaction. Invoking the name of St. George, the Hospitallers threw caution to the wind and charged the enemy, flagrantly disobeying Richard's orders. Hearing the trumpets blast and looking out to see a portion of his lines streaming toward the enemy, the king realized now that his best course of action was to commit the rest of the men. Finally, he gave his long-awaited signal, and the entire army burst forth like an undammed cataract. The English and Norman contingents, however, remained in reserve alongside Richard. Because the Crusaders had been still so long, Saladin's men assumed that they didn't want to fight. This had emboldened them. Many mounted archers even got off their horses to take better aim. But now, as trumpets blasted and infantry moved to the side to make room for the mounted knights, the dismounted archers were easily ridden down, and the Saracen cavalry with their exhausted mounts effortlessly caught. Panic spread throughout the Muslims' ranks, and the rest of them quickly routed. Richard allowed his army to chase the Saracens for about a mile, before wrangling his knights back into formation around his battle standard. Just out of sight, Saladin was doing the same. Soon the Saracens reappeared, sweeping away the overbold stragglers and baiting the main force. Meanwhile, Richard kept his men in formation, though this time they wouldn't have to remain there for long. At the royal signal, the horns blasted for another charge, with Richard personally leading from the front. The king had been hoping for a decisive engagement, but the alacrity of his men and the swifter moving horses of the enemy, combined with their greater familiarity with the region, made this a difficult, if not impossible, prospect. Saladin and his men were able to slip away, and yet the Muslim commander found himself in an increasingly precarious position. After the loss of Acre and the terrible defeat at Arsuf, Muslim morale was in freefall. Saladin's emirs were questioning his every decision, and he realized that he would be unlikely to defeat the Crusaders in a pitched battle. He needed to harass the Crusaders as much as possible, without risking it all on one decisive battle. He had to play the part of a Fabius. Saladin ordered every city between Jaffa and Jerusalem to be torn to the ground. The only exception was Darum, which controlled the road from Syria to Egypt. Richard marched his army down to Jaffa, which surrendered to him, and quickly learned that Saladin had left a wasteland in front of him. He was able to easily take Ascalon, but not before Saladin had so reduced the fortifications as to make them effectively useless. The army began to move inland toward Jerusalem, but Richard then decided to return to Ascalon and refortify it at his own expense. He then proceeded to Darum, sending his siege equipment by sea as he rushed over with his Norman and French subjects. His allies had not yet arrived, and the odds did not look good for the Crusaders. They were too few in number and up against a well-defended city with 17 turrets and towers. Nonetheless, Richard got to work. When the ships arrived, he rolled up his sleeves and helped his men carry wooden beams and other parts for the assembly of the siege equipment. They set up 3 catapults in front of the walls of Darum, one for Richard, another for the Normans, and the third for the French. Richard had rotating teams fire the catapults at all hours. They chose the largest tower and mined its underside while constantly bombarding it from above. The garrison of Darum set a mangonel on the wall to return fire, but Richard's catapults destroyed it in short order. Then he turned his siege engines toward the main gate. In just 3 days, with the tower crumbling and undermined, the gates splintering, projectiles landing in the city at all hours, crossbows fired at anyone shown on the walls, the inhabitants of Darum despaired. They sent a messenger to the king to negotiate their surrender, but as they were speaking, the largest catapult hit the great tower and knocked it into the dirt. Cheers and shouts went up around the crusading army as it rushed into the breach, sweeping past anyone who stood before them. The remaining defenders tried to retreat to the citadel, but only a few dozen were able to do so. Those lucky few would be spared after surrendering to Richard. The next day, Richard's ally, Henry of Champagne, arrived only to discover that Darum had already been taken. But despite this stunningly swift success, the crusade teetered on the precipice. The knightly orders, whose advice Richard leaned heavily on, wanted to attack Egypt rather than Jerusalem. They wanted to strike at the heart of Saladin's power base, yet various contingents of the Crusaders were hell-bent on marching on Jerusalem. The French were among these, and were increasingly hostile toward Richard after he was falsely accused of murdering Conrad of Montferrat. At the same time, the French Crusaders were concerned that taking Jerusalem would give Richard all the glory and leave their king Philip Augustus with none. Many local forces, those that had been under Conrad's command, hung back at Tyre and would now never join the crusade so long as Richard was leading it. On a strategic level, taking Jerusalem seemed and likely was impossible. Even if united, the Crusaders lacked the manpower necessary to besiege the city, which would be well defended and well supplied. Since Saladin had already laid waste everything between Jerusalem and the coast, it would also be difficult for the Crusaders to forage supplies for themselves. They could expect every water source around Jerusalem to be poisoned or blocked up, and it was about 40 miles to Jaffa, meaning their supply lines would be overstretched and vulnerable. Lastly, there was a threat of a relief army arriving, one capably led by Saladin and greatly outnumbering the Crusaders. In short, taking Jerusalem was a long shot, but Richard was willing to try. As a compromise, he offered to step down from his post and accompany the Crusaders as a regular knight, fighting but not leading. In all likelihood, this was an impossibility because of Richard's magnetism, prestige, and aptitude in siege warfare. Although the coalition was fragile and fractured, they all knew that only one man could properly lead them in any shape or form, and that was Richard. They would rather end the crusade than be led by him. And so the army returned to the coast and started to break apart. Richard and his men began packing their bags. As soon as Saladin got word of their withdrawal, he at once besieged Jaffa. Those commanding the defense sent out a messenger to Richard. The remainder of the garrison was holed up in the citadel. Perhaps Richard might arrive in time to save them? The messenger finally arrived at Acre only one night before Richard's departure. Though the king had already sent his troops ahead of him, the English, Poitevins, even the Normans, his response was exactly the kind we would expect. I will certainly go. Richard could not bring himself to abandon the defenders of Acre, and so he loaded his boats to go to war rather than comfortably sailing home. With only a few hundred infantry, 54 knights, and 2,000 Pisan and Genoese mercenaries, Richard set sail. Henry of Champagne, the newly crowned king of Jerusalem, would ride overland and meet him there. At Jaffa, the soldiers in the keep were endlessly negotiating and skirmishing with Saladin's forces, buying valuable time for Richard's arrival. When the king's fleet arrived, they found Saladin's banners hanging from the walls. They watched and waited, deliberating among themselves. What should they do? Should they attempt an amphibious landing? Should they just go home? What if the citadel had already been stormed? What if all the Crusaders were dead or carted off into slavery already? It was then that a priest in the citadel made history. Chanting from the window at the heights of the citadel, the priest, according to Ad-Din, a Muslim source, committed himself to the Messiah and jumped from the citadel onto the pier, from which he came down unhurt, for it was sandy. The priest then took off running into the water, swimming toward the king's ship. Sopping wet, he was heaved out of the water and brought before Richard, to whom he said, "Good king, those who await you here are lost if you and God do not have mercy." "What?" came Richard's reply. "Do some still live, my friend? Where are they?" "Yes, my lord. Lined up before this tower, they await their death." As soon as the king had heard this, he tarried no longer. "God brought us here to endure and suffer death, and since we all must die, may he be shamed who does not come." Then Richard ordered his galleys forward until he jumped into the sea and waded ashore through waist-deep water. This was very typical of the king, of whom it has been said that he was reckless with his own life, but very careful with those of his men. Still, his bravery was infectious, and soon his men were following after him. Because of the suddenness of their appearance, the Muslims on the beach were taken unawares by the king and his army. They were scattered, and Richard's forces proceeded through a hole in the wall to the lodging quarters of the Knights Templar. From there, he and his men burst into the city, giving way to street-by-street fighting. Richard directed some of his men to throw his banner up on the wall above the Templars' quarters so those in the citadel could take heart. As soon as it was raised, the cry "Holy Sepulchre" was heard from the citadel, and those inside it sallied out to join the king. Saladin's men fled the city, and his army made its way into the surrounding hills. At once, Richard began repairing the walls, with crews working around the clock to do so. Already he had made a successful amphibious landing, fought his way into the city, and begun refortifying it. But the Battle of Jaffa had hardly begun. Henry of Champagne arrived by land a couple days later, as repairs were well underway. Richard had his forces camped outside the walls, while Saladin kept watch from the hills. As he estimated the size and strength of Richard's forces, he must have scratched his head. Only 2,000? With his own forces numbering roughly 5 times that number, around 10,000 in all, Saladin decided on doing what he had studiously avoided up till then. He would engage Richard in a decisive confrontation and attack at dawn. Before that, though, they would attempt to stealthily capture Richard at daybreak, knowing full well his worth on the battlefield. Luckily for Richard, a Genoese mercenary went out in the early hours to relieve himself when he heard the advance force of Saracens approaching. Turning back, he ran into the camp and yelled for everyone to arm themselves. At once, the king and his companions leapt out of their beds and donned their armor as quickly as possible. Some would be wounded or killed because of the haste with which they equipped themselves. Richard lined his men up in front of the city. The crossbow teams, one loader and one shooter each, were flanked by spearmen on either side. These kept the enemy cavalry from taking out the crossbowmen, who were inflicting significant casualties among Saladin's men. Recall that Richard had only 54 knights, and between them, they had only about 15 horses. Richard claimed one of these so he could ride up and down the line and better monitor the situation. After some cavalry skirmishing, Richard and his knights surged forward in an organized mass. Per the chronicler, they lowered the points of their lances, each threw himself forward, striking into the middle of the great press of the devilish, unbelieving race. They came together with such force that the whole company trembled back to the third row. The powerful king was in the press against the Turks and the Persians. Never did one man, weak or strong, make in one day such efforts. He threw himself against the Turks, splitting them to the teeth. He fought so often, he struck so many blows, he did himself such injury in striking, that the skin of his hands cracked. As the Saracens fled to their boats, Richard chased after them with 2 of his knights. Just as at Arsuf, he had his men grind down Saladin's army until it grew tired and frustrated. Precisely then, Richard counterattacked. But this time, the king did not have 1,000 knights, though he did have a few. And so, after fighting all day in the sun, absorbing countless projectiles and charging headlong into groups of enemies, Richard rallied what knights he had for one final decisive charge. Richard and a dozen of his knights against thousands of the enemy. It was insane, which is probably why Richard got away with it. Depressed and demoralized after a day's worth of fighting, hundreds of their friends and horses littering the battlefield, the Saracens must have thought Richard was coming over to parley. Surely he wouldn't be risking his own life with so few men. But as Richard and his men got closer, the Saracens realized that they were under attack. He charged into the accursed people so that he was swallowed up by them and none of his men could see him, so that they nearly followed him, breaking their ranks, and we would have lost all. But the king was not troubled. He struck before and behind, creating such a pathway through the Turks with the sword he was holding, that wherever it had struck, there lay either a horse or a corpse, for he cut all down. There, I believe, he struck a blow against the arm and head of an emir in steel armor, whom he sent straight to hell. With such a blow, seen by the Turks, he created such a space around him. Not only did Richard, leading only a dozen knights, plunge into thousands of Saracens, he cut his way back out. Disheartened, frightened, and perhaps awed, Saladin's men just stood there. Richard, with so many arrows sticking out of his mail that Ambrose described him as a hedgehog, rode up and down their line, yelling for a challenger. Who would fight him? Who was ready to die next? He was met only with a stunned silence. Baha ed-Din, a Muslim source, tells us that on that day the King of England, lance in hand, rode along the whole length of our army from right to left, and not one of our soldiers left rank to attack him. Meanwhile, Saladin was yelling for his men to attack, to kill the King of England right then and there. It was the opportunity he had been waiting for. But none of Saladin's men complied. Instead, his demoralized army melted away, first one man turning away here, another there, until they all retreated into the hills above the city. Richard's victory that day brought Saladin to the negotiation table. Falling very ill the next day, whether from exertion or something else, Saladin graciously sent the King of England some doctors and sorbet. The two agreed to a 3-year truce, and in a blow to Richard, a mutual abandonment of Ascalon. You may be familiar with the fate that befell the king thereafter, and unfortunately, he and the Third Crusade do go down in history as failures. He did fail to retake Jerusalem, but he recaptured several cities, reinstalled a credible king of Jerusalem, and negotiated a 3-year truce with Saladin. This helped ensure the survival of the Crusader states for almost another century. In many ways, the Third Crusade was the Normans' last hurrah. After a long line of adventures in Normandy, England, and Italy, they had gone further than ever before and faced unbelievable odds. This time, the Duke of Normandy did not have any territory to gain. In fact, he had only blood and treasure to lose. It is remarkable that Richard left for the Holy Land at all, and even more remarkable that he stayed after the departure of most of the French and Germans. How can you explain this except by borrowing a concept from the medievals, a concept known as Occam's razor, which teaches us to make as few assumptions as possible and accept the simplest argument where no better one suffices? What if, ladies and gentlemen, Richard did all this because he really believed God wanted him to? Too many people think of the Crusades as a proto-colonial exercise in cruelty and rapacity, a series of conflicts driven mainly by economic or geopolitical factors. This is, at worst, a dishonest interpretation and at best an oversimplification. The motivation of knights and kings who took up the cross is multifaceted. Material gain was a factor, yes, as was the prospect of fame, celebrity, and clout. They could return home as heroes as Robert Curthose did. But there were also reasons to go that are more slippery to the modern mind. Honor, for one. Redemption, as in the case of the unarmed pilgrimages that Fulk the Black made when he whipped himself through the streets of Constantinople in a plea to the Almighty. Then there's the reason hardest for us to grasp today, the one I brought up in the context of Richard Lionheart. It is the simple explanation: faith, piety, absolution. And it's probably this that undergirds most of those other motivations. Was Richard acting out of pride? Was he keen to show the world his valor? Did he seek to go down in history as a warrior equal to the ancients? Yes, yes, and yes, probably. However, just as the greatest of the ancients, Alexander, drew strength from a pantheon of gods, Richard's faith in Christ was the wellspring for these virtues. The Crusades were the culmination of developments that had been taking shape in Europe for centuries, and at the forefront of them all were the Normans, from knights to pilgrims to conquerors to crusaders, from Normandy to England to Italy to the Levant. Everywhere, Ralph of Caen assures us, the Normans had victory and were the glory of the world. How does one begin to end a story about the Normans, especially when we've only covered a fraction of their conquests throughout this video? To be sure, we have accounted for a large fraction of those conquests, and arguably the most consequential ones, but there were others as well. Under William the Conqueror, they invaded Scotland, building castles, founding clans, and kicking off the process of uniting Great Britain under a single crown. A century later, they invaded Ireland, famously becoming more Irish than the Irish themselves. That same century, they invaded Africa, incorporating, if only briefly, Tunisia, as well as parts of Libya and Algeria under the Sicilian crown. As late as the 15th century, we hear of another Norman conquest, Jean de Betancourt's conquest of the Canary Islands. The list goes on, but the question remains, where is our conclusion? Though the final answer may elude us, we can at least revisit the Normans' most significant territorial establishments in France, England, Italy, and the Levant. In France, Normandy, the place where it all began, became a part of the royal domain by the start of the 13th century, thereby signaling an end to the so-called Angevin Empire. In England, every monarch after 1066, including the present one, is a direct descendant of William the Conqueror. It is undoubtedly there that the Norman legacy in architecture, religion, and feudal doctrine proved longest lasting. In Italy, the line of Tancred came to an end in 1198 with the death of Constance of Sicily. Yet her marriage to the Holy Roman Emperor Henry VI, the son of Frederick Barbarossa, produced in many ways the final Norman to rule Italy. His name was Frederick II, referred to in his day both as Stupor Mundi, wonder of the world, and Praeambulus Antichristi, forerunner of the Antichrist. His life and times are the subject of a different video on this channel, and if you watch that one, you might remember that Frederick was a keen student of falconry, even writing a first-rate ornithological treatise. As far as the Levant, Frederick would briefly reclaim Jerusalem in the bloodless Sixth Crusade, yet the city would fall to the Muslims in his lifetime, and the kingdom would follow in 1291. But to wax poetic for just one moment, how fitting it is that Rollo's dream about uniting and subduing all the various birds of Christendom culminated 3 centuries later in the falconer par excellence, Frederick II.